All right. 93, do what thou wilt, should be the whole of the law. All right. We back up in here. We gonna get to it for real this time. I apologize for last time. I wasn't even able to complete the video. Phone was overheating. Can't even go outside and do videos no more, right? It's crazy because, like, y'all remember when I used to just be outside, just walking around and, just out in the midst of the public. And I was able to make it happen, right? But as y'all see, now, if I try to do the very same thing I did years ago, the phone can't even handle the temperatures of the atmosphere. Just to let y'all know it's getting hotter. Because how was I able to do all type of live streams and all the things I've been doing throughout the years outside? Y'all done see me all over the country outside. But now, I can't even get on my own balcony and do a video without the phone overheating. So this goes to show that things change, So although I may not want to just do videos just up in the room, sometimes I do just want to walk around and show y'all things, but there's no point in doing that if the phone is going to overheat. Then everything gets shut down, so it will have to be pre-recorded, all right? It's not going to be able to be live. So if we're doing live, then I have to make sure that the sun is not able to interrupt. But anyway, as y'all see, we already prepared. All right, see the raw paper. We already prepared. All right, it says matches, no lighters. Because as I said before, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it the right way. All right, there's no need to put all these extra chemicals in our body if we're trying to have a spiritual experience. Now, of course, some people do it recreationally. Some people are not trying to have a spiritual experience. So by all means, use your lighters, then use your blunts, which is, again, just extra chemicals that's going into your body for no reason. If you like tobacco, put the tobacco inside. All right, so this is not just weed, tobacco is in here too, along with a couple other things. As y'all see the white pieces there. There's a couple other things in here too. Got a nice little mixture going on. All natural, of course. Everything is natural. Nothing is synthetic. Everything comes out of the earth. But anyway, we're almost 5 minutes in. Let's get to it. I just need to put on the eyewear. So give me a second. Because I know we ain't playing about that eyewear. So let me go ahead and put on the eyewear and we'll get to it. Let's see what we got over here. Give me a second. We're going to do it right this time. Give me a second. All right. Hold on. Okay. So once again, I'm not going to say, hopefully everybody's doing good, hopefully everybody's well. That doesn't matter because we create our own reality. So if things are not going as well as you perceive, then by all means, you have the authority, you have the right to change it, right? So nobody has to go through anything, right? So always remember, you may be going through hell, or you may be going through heaven. But it is our decision. Can't nobody make you go through anything you don't want to go through, right? The thing is, most of us is we're living life on a subconscious level, right? That's why it seems like things are not in control and things seem more out of control. But that's due to our own shadows. Excuse me, that's due to our own chaos. So never get into the blame game, right? Never get into the blame game that this is somebody else's fault or some spirit, some divine being, some god, some devil playing tricks on you or pulling strings. It's your own shadow. But it's hard to take responsibility for that. So you ain't going. This is like, even with the world being as spiritual, so-called spiritual as it is, we still don't see people taking responsibility. So what does that tell you? That's why I'd be like, I don't even give a fuck about the spiritual community. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. Because we done been in the game for real at least 10 years now, right? 2012, people started to come online. But look at what they did with it. We received a gift from a divine source or even a demonic source. Doesn't matter to me. But when we see what the people did with the information, people just turned into scammers. People just start fucking other people over. We didn't use the information righteously, and we can just tell by the results. So it ain't nothing that I just see or that I'm making up. We literally had the information to free ourselves. Whatever the fuck we complain about in life, that no longer needed to even be an issue. The only reason it is still an issue because people don't want to take responsibility for their own shadows, for their own ills, for their own darkness and destruction. Right? What's up, Steph? Salute to you. Much love and respect. Big ups to you as well. Much peace to you. So this is what I have observed because I've been around the whole time. For those who don't know, right? I've been around the whole time. I was spiritual before 2012. My journey started around 2008, right? So I had 4 years of preparation before the world caught on and started to pretend with this shit. That's why I separate myself, because I was already in this game before it was cool. I came into this on my own. It wasn't because it was hot. It wasn't because it was popular. Again, we're talking about 2008. The only thing that was around in like 2008 was maybe like The Secret. That was the most he was kind of dealing with in 2008. So that's before all of the Eastern mysticism and all that stuff. That's before all that, right? So that was around the time I began to pay deeper attention to these mysterious activities. So I literally saw the world become so-called spiritual. I thought it was a gift. I'm like, I'm already spiritual. The fact that the world is spiritual, it seems like a gift, right? It seems like a gift. But of course, when humans get their hands on things, we corrupt it. So of course, it was inevitable that it gets corrupted. And these, now that we're in 2020 and beyond, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, so on and so forth, we see that we have gone through a new change, a new shift. This shift is a different one than the 2012, right? So no deceit, 93. The difference between the 2020 and beyond shift, what makes this particular shift different than the 2012 shift, is this shift. It's not just about being conscious anymore. It's not enough to be somebody who knows what's really going on. So what that you know? 2020 and beyond is about being in position to do something about it. There's no need to complain about this shit no more. If somebody is not authentic, just leave them alone. Get away from these people. These people will only bring you down because you actually are authentic. How do I know that you're authentic? Because you over here fucking with me. And we know we don't do nothing but tell the truth by any means. If it means this whole channel is gonna get deleted, then fuck it, the channel is getting deleted. By any means, we gonna speak the truth, right? It doesn't matter how many subscribers, how much money is being lost, we're going to tell the truth. It's not too many people that's willing to put it all on the line just so that you can evolve and be the best and the most supreme that you can be. Because why wouldn't I be putting out those vibes if I see myself in the same light? If I see myself as a king, then I see you as a king. I see you as a queen, right? So of course I'm gonna give that energy to you. We're not out here fucking peasants, doing what peasants do. And that's not to disrespect people, that's a mentality. A peasant has a certain mentality. They do shit that they don't think long term. It's all about short term fulfillment. They're not trying to build up, and actually have something to show forth their divinity, right? You must show forth your divinity, even in human form. This is what this is about. Can you show forth your divinity in human form, in the flesh, with all of your vices, with all of your ills, with all the mistakes we make, with us being imperfect? Are you still able to show forth the divinity within you? Are you still able to show forth that divine spark? Can you still do it? Because it's not easy to do. So that's why we see so many people falling off. We see so many people getting caught up with shit that I'm like, why are you even caught up in that shit? I thought this was about spirituality, waking people up, but we see people in all type of extra shit. What's with all this extra shit? Because their intentions were never pure. That's why you have to make sure your intentions are pure, because this is just how karma works. If your intentions were not pure from the beginning, they will not be pure in the end. The reason I'm still here is because my intentions is pure. Right? You don't just get to be here for over a decade and you're doing foul shit. It just doesn't work out like that, right? So the fact that I'm even still here is because I put righteousness first. Doesn't mean that everybody agrees with it, right? But that's what I put first. That's why y'all see me. Yeah, you see, I'm always minding my own goddamn business, right? I don't give a fuck about what nobody else is doing. They're not that important. Human beings are not that important to me that I just need to be all up in their mix and their business, worried about what the fuck they got going on. I can care less. I have to deal with these motherfuckers every day, and I'm not impressed. Because how you can't do anything impressive when you're operating from the lower self. And that's really all people are doing. Even with their spirituality intact, they're still operating from the lower self. That's how somebody can take advantage of people that just don't know no better. Why would you even want to do something like that? But again, karma plays out. Everybody's dealing with what they're dealing with. Just make sure that your karma doesn't come back and bite you in the ass because you wasn't doing it the way that it was supposed to be done. Now, you can do it the way that you want it to be done. But if you're trying to follow the law, if you're trying to follow the code, if you're trying to be here long term, then you best take heed to the wisdom, all right? If not, do whatever the fuck you want and pay the consequences. Everybody has free will, but right now we're talking about the divine will. We're talking about the true will. Are you ready to activate your true will and say fuck all this other bullshit? Because you already see what everybody else is doing by not activating their true will. Right? Everybody want to act like 93 is the most demonic thing on the planet. It very well may be. Because I'm not here to argue with nobody. I'm just over here with the demons, if that's just the way it got to be, because we over here cooling. I don't know about what the fuck everybody else is doing, right? We just over here cooling, mind our own business. We get into it like everybody else is getting to it, just without all the extra problems, right? And that's why I say y'all don't ever see me on here with nobody else. Just let it be known. If you can go back 10 years on this channel, you don't see me around nobody. You just see my fucking face. It seems like I've been living by this law for quite a long time. The evidence shows it. So I'm not just talking about some shit that I'm not living. Go back 10 years, you see me with nobody. I've been on this journey alone. Right? So before any of this, I had to go through these trials and tribulations alone. When that camera goes off, I got to deal with everything that happens alone. I have to deal with all the consequences based on the energy that I put out. That's why I always do my best to be righteous, and I'm never going to say I'm being positive. This may not be positive. This may be negative to certain people. Just the way I talk, the way I go about this may be considered negative depending on the type of person you are. Right? If you're a Christian or somebody religious, this is probably negative. Me holding this weed and shit, this is probably negative. So I take into account all of these things. I'm like, I can be the most righteous person in my own mind, but depending on who's watching and who's listening, I can be misinterpreted. And are you willing to deal with misinterpretations? The thing is, you gotta be here long enough to become the villain. This is what people fail to understand. We all start off as heroes. We all start off trying to make the world a better place, trying to make our lives a better place, the people around us. We all start trying to be heroes. Till we come to the conclusion that it's not possible to be a hero. Because a hero is dictated by the people. Because the moment the people label you as a villain, then now you're a villain. What makes you a hero or a villain is based on the people. It's not based on what you're actually doing. Because the media knows how to paint certain narratives. So you can be doing things righteously, but if the media is speaking against you, how many people are really going to take heed to it? Because you got a whole industry, a whole system going up against whatever you're trying to do. That's why we operate in the underworld. That's why we do things that never make it to the news, but that are effective. In other words, it's better to activate people on a one-on-one basis than trying to speak to a whole crowd of people. That's what's more effective. Meaning, would you rather speak to a group of people or a crowd of people who may or may not understand you, or would you rather speak to people on a one-on-one individual basis and cut out all of the extra shit? It may be 100 people, no one, but one person is serious out of those 100 people. Would you rather talk to that one person, or would you rather try to get to that one person through trying to talk to 100 people? See, this is the type of mentality we have to understand, that less is more. We be thinking, okay, you got to have a strong team. Fuck a team. Fuck a team. If it's something you don't know how to do, you might as well learn how to do it, instead of having to depend on a whole nother person with a whole nother set of problems. It's just easier to learn what you need to learn on your own. Because the moment we have to depend on 2 people, 3 different people, 4 different people, all these people got lives, they got children, they have girlfriends, boyfriends, husbands, wives. All these people have so much shit going on that it's not worth going through all the problems trying to deal with all types of motherfuckers. It's just not worth it. You end up losing more time trying to synchronize a group of people to one common cause versus you just did it yourself. It may not be perfection. It may just be okay. Because you may only be good at a couple things, but there's other things that you may not be so good at. But you still got to learn how to do those other things to avoid having to deal with a person who's not on the same page as you, who's eventually going to foil your operation. This is how friends become enemies. How does that happen? Business. Business is what fuck up families. Business is what fucks up friendships. Because somebody feel like somebody's getting over or somebody's doing something they shouldn't be doing. What's up, Vishahan 93? So all I'm saying here is, instead of having to deal with people and their problems, and they're not even on the same page as you, it's just better to do it yourself. That way, at least you got your foot in the door, you got something to show forth, and you know you did it on your own. So it may not be the best, but you can always make it better because you are in control of your own skill set, right? So you can do things that other people simply cannot do. Why? Because people just want to be good at one thing. Don't be the person that's just good at one thing. Hip hop has 9 elements. Hip hop has 9 elements, not one, 9 elements. So you just being good at one thing is not enough. You must be multi-dimensional. That's the difference between us now and us back then. Right now, you have to be multi-dimensional. Right now, you need to be able to create on your own. The only reason I'm even able to create is because I do it on my own. I learned how to do every single step. So anything y'all hear coming from me, whether it's music, whether it's ASMR, whether it's my thoughts on live stream right now, all this is due to the time that I took out to learn how to do these things and putting in the necessary work. That's the only reason it's here. Because if I had to depend on somebody else, I had to send my music for somebody else to mix and master, it may actually turn out better. But what happens when I don't have access to that person? Now what I'm gonna do now I gotta send it to somebody else. And they may do it completely different, and I may or may not be satisfied with that product. Because at the end of the day, it's your art. When you have to place your art in somebody else's hands, that's very sensitive information. Because it's yours. It came from within you. So now you have to give it to somebody else. And hopefully they do right by you. It's a hopefully. It ain't that they're just going to do right by you. Hopefully they do right by you. But you know you're going to always do right by yourself. You don't have to hope when it comes to you. You know you're going to do the job right the first time. So you don't have to hope and wish when it comes to you and your own ability. You know what you're capable of. You know what you can put down. So you don't have to go through all this extra shit. Well, hopefully they do it right. Fuck if they do it right. I'm doing it myself. Right? That's why I try to be the example. So y'all see that I'm not just running my mouth with hope. Well, this is a good idea. This is not. Everything that I'm saying, y'all see, I've been doing it already. Everything you see on this channel, I had to do my damn self. Whether it's the art, the graphic design, everything that y'all see, my thoughts, everything is me. The music, the ASMR, I had to do all this shit. Right? Never was I sending my music to other people or the ASMR to other people. Hopefully they do right. I had to learn how to engineer, how to mix, how to master. I'm not saying I'm the best. I'll say I'm decent. I know how to do it, and I have to get better at it. So I'm not gonna come up on here like I'm just the expert at this. But I at least know how to do it on my own to the point where I can release the energy with nobody else's help. So whenever I want to put something out, I can put it out. I still got to go through the process. It may take a little bit longer because I'm doing it all by myself. It may take a day when it could have just took 3 hours if you just had a group of people. So having a group of people does save you time if everybody's on their job. But that's the whole thing. Everybody has to be on point. Everybody has to have one common cause. Everybody has to be synchronized. And that's just not easy to do in these atmospheres, right? Because ego comes into it. Jealousy, envy, the 7 deadly sins. We got to deal with all this shit whenever we're dealing with other people, right? We got to deal with all this extra shit. This is what I mean by extra shit. What's up, Cam? 93. This is what I mean by extra shit. You may be in a room full of motherfuckers, but they may want to do what you do. Instead of them playing their role, their part, they want to be the front person. So it's like, it's honestly not even worth it. It's not worth it. Having to deal with other people's emotions, their bullshit, their short-sightedness, right? Their short-term thinking is honestly just not even worth it. Because now you got to activate the 48 laws of power on motherfuckers. Why do I want to do that? Why do I feel like I gotta activate the 48 laws of powers amongst people that I have to trust? But you do, because we know this is how humans are. We understand human nature, or you should understand human nature. That's what we got to deal with. It ain't even an individual. It's called human nature. Humans are just weak in certain areas. Hence the 7 deadly sins. Those are the weaknesses of human beings. So you can have a divine law in place. We're all going to be successful. We're all going to be exactly where we should be. But if one of these people become weak, jealousy, envy, hate, greed, whatever it may be, the moment somebody becomes weak, now the whole operation may fail. This is what happens when you're dealing with people. You got to deal with human nature, which is people's lower self. So while you're thinking about the highest aspirations, they're not thinking about that, because you have to create yourself. You can't just pull somebody off out the goddamn street and expect them to be God. Right? That's why we gotta be devil. You see how that works? We gotta be devils around this bitch. Why? Because you're dealing with demons. And when you're dealing with demons, you better be a devil. But why do I want to do that? Why do I want to bring out the devil within me? Because I want to be amongst demons. Why can't I just be righteous and godly if I feel that's what I am naturally? But we can't do that. Why? Because human beings don't allow you to do that. You got to be away from them. You have to be away from them. Because when you manifest your divinity, it doesn't make them feel good when they can't, because they're operating from the lower self. They're not willing to put in the work you put in. They're not willing to put in the discipline and the hours you put in. So of course you're going to be better than them because you're more disciplined. But who wants to be number two when they feel they are number one? Hence 48 laws of power. Now the people you supposed to trust, you can't trust them like that, because you understand human nature. You understand how people are. This is why most people are not successful. It's not that they don't have the desire. It's not that they don't have the hunger. It's just the people that are amongst them should not be there. And when you trust people that shouldn't be around you, they're only going to lead you to darkness and destruction. Because why? That's where they are. Why would they want you free and independent and successful while they still got to go back to the goddamn hood? It got to be real love there. But real love is very rare in these days, in these times, even amongst family. Right? Love ain't what it used to be. Love will never be the same. The love that we experienced growing up, that don't exist anymore. It ain't, because the world is different. Right? We used to be able to just be gods and be righteous. Now we gotta be on devil time. Now we gotta be on demon time. Why? Because you got motherfuckers out here lurking. Right? So that's what it is, Just giving y'all some preference, right? So that you're not out here getting caught up in other people's bullshit because they're pretending to be with you, but they're really not. So you allow these people to get close to you and hear your most intimate thoughts, and now shit is not going the way that you thought, because you're revealing things to people that don't have your best interests. You're sleeping with the enemy. So that's why I say it's our own fault. Don't blame the enemy. Blame yourself for being amongst the enemy and not understanding that this is the enemy. It falls back on us because we have to be masters of human nature so that not only can you master yourself, but you can master others as well. Meaning, even if a person doesn't want to be righteous, you know how to keep them righteous because you understand human nature. So the greatest thing you can understand is human nature. Fuck this money shit. Fuck this fame, success. The best thing that you need to understand is human nature. Why? Because to do anything in this world, you got to do it through people. When we're doing business with other people. So we have to understand the way people work, which is the lower self. Most businesses through the lower self. People selling you things that you don't need. How can I convince these people to buy something that they don't need? That's capitalism 101. So we see the foundation is already corrupt. How do I convince people to invest in something or buy something that they don't need? Because do you really have to convince people to buy food and clothing and shelter? Do you have to sell them that, or do they buy these things because this is the basic necessities of life? Do you have to pitch food, or do people just get hungry? Do you have to pitch, maybe you should buy some clothes, or maybe it's just too goddamn hot outside or too cold outside. You need to cover yourself. So on and so forth. So whenever we're doing something and we basically have to convince people to invest or buy these because it's not really necessary, this is capitalism. And this is the American way. And like I said, this is just the rules here in America. You don't like the rules, go somewhere else. Because they're not going to change. So everything that I'm saying, I'm not saying any of this because it's going to change. It's not going to change. I'm just explaining to you the dynamics of what's going on. And hopefully you can comprehend it so that you know how to operate. So that you don't get fucked over. Because like I told you, I done been all over the goddamn place, right? I done been in the jungles of LA. I done been in the skyscrapers of New York. So I done seen how people operate. I done seen human nature in all these different forms, all these different cultures, traveling all these distances, thousands of miles to get this. How do I operate when I'm in the South? How do I operate when I'm in the West Coast? How do I operate when I'm in the East Coast? How do I operate in the Midwest? These are things that you have to learn on your own. You find the similarities. I see the similarities, but then I see how things are different from this place to that place. The culture changes depending on where you are in the country. You have to understand that. The Midwest culture is not the same as the Southern culture, which is not the same as the West Coast, which is not the same as the East Coast. Then, of course, once you leave out the country, it's something else. So, that's why I say America has the most versatility, right? If you travel the same distance from New York to LA and somewhere else, you're not really going to come up to a whole different group of people, a whole different, like these people are completely different. Because again, once you go to the east, again, Africa, China, Russia, once you go to the eastern hemisphere, they're more about the past. Because a lot of the past is preserved over there, right? So they can go over there, they can look at the pyramids, they can look at the temples, they can look at things that was built 1,000 years ago because it's still there. So they have a connection to the past. Again, the Great Wall of China, all types of shit, right? They can just go look at what their people been doing for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Over here in America, we can't do that. We don't know what the fuck was going on 1,000 years ago. This is before Christopher Columbus and pilgrims and all that. We don't know what the fuck was going on in the year 1000 in America. They know what was going on in the year 1000 over there in the East. We don't know what the fuck was going on over here. And it was something going on over here. We just don't know. because we're not supposed to know. That's supposed to remain mysterious. That's supposed to be a secret. But on the Eastern Hemisphere, it's not. They will gracefully tell you about their history, their culture, their people, and how they've been doing what they've been doing for thousands of years, right? They have no problem letting you know their history and how honored they are to be a part of that. That gives them a sense of self. That gives them a sense of pride because they know where their people come from and where their people are going. Once you come over here to America, though, that element does not exist. All right? Hold on. That element does not exist. Meaning you have to be self-created here. Nobody gives a fuck about the type of family you come from. That matters over there. Your lineage matters over there. Over here, not so much because we're self-made. We're self-created. Who gives a fuck where you come from? We already know where you come from. We all come from the hells and the bowels of this system. We already know where we all come from. So your last name is not as relevant as it would be over there. So what's more relevant than your last name is your first name. What could this person do? Who is this person? That's why we're individuals over here. They're families over there. Over there, it's about family. Over here, it's about the individual. That's why when we try to be family orientated, it doesn't work out, now does it? I'm not saying that the sense of family doesn't exist here, but that's not the dominant energy. It's not the dominant energy. The dominant energy here is business, which is done by individuals, not necessarily families. Now, of course, you have the families, like the 13 bloodlines and all that. And some of us are actually a part of those 13 bloodlines, and you don't even know it. This is what I mean by the American way is to keep the secret away from you. And what is that particular secret? That you are the manifestation of the alchemy that has been put in beforehand. Meaning America was created for you to come into existence. Imagine that. I know most people don't fucking tell you this shit, right? America exists because of you. Everything that has happened, slavery and the native history, Indians, all that, everything has happened here. The Mayan history, the Aztecs, Mixtecs, Toltecs, all this American history, right? The Mexica people, all this has transpired for you to be here. Because it really ain't about the past. It's about the future over here. That's why we ain't really doing too much research about the past. We're figuring out, well, how can we exist in the future? We're not trying to figure out the past. We're trying to figure out the future. Over there, they're still trying to figure out the past. Over here, it's not really a past to figure out now, is it? It ain't really too much to figure out, even though we don't really know much. But ain't too many people trying to let you know what's going on either. You gotta figure it out on your own. Meaning you just gotta get your ass up and go to these places on your own. Which is exactly what I did. I had to get the fuck off my ass and let me see what America is really about with my own eyes and have my own experience. Fuck what this person is saying. Fuck what that person is saying. Let me see and experience it on my own. That's the journey I had to take. I'm not going to trust nobody else's word because their word may be flawed based off of their experience, based on their short circuits in their brain. They're not God. So if you're not God, you damn sure ain't devil. Just know that, right? If you ain't God, you damn sure are not devil. Because you got to understand God to even understand devil. Right? Because that's the highest level. I know most people are not going to tell you that, but I'm going to tell you. This is Western occultism. This is not Eastern occultism. We're not here to be enlightened. Let me just make that shit clear. We're not here to be enlightened. That's East. We're not in America seeking enlightenment. We're in America to understand the underworld. That's why America patterns itself after Egypt. Egypt is about the duat, the underworld. So we are here to understand our shadow. Going back to how I started this, right? Human nature, this shadow. People don't understand their shadows. Why? Because that's the equivalent of you going into the duat, going into the clip-off, going into the underworld. Why do you think this is a channel from the Netherworld? The Netherworld is really America. That's what it's really talking about. This is how to operate on America, or on American soil, basically. You have to be devil. Be that God shit all you want. Again, this is coming from somebody who went through those chambers, the 5%, 120 lessons, being God body. I went through those chambers already, personally. Right? So all that is a part of my history. So again, just letting people know, like, I'm not just saying all this stuff without evidence, without actual proof. This is everything that I'm saying is because I went through these parallels, right? I was gonna say journey. It's not really a journey. It's a parallel. It's another thing that most people will not tell you. We're not going through a journey. We're going through a parallel. Anyway, I'm going too crazy right now. Let me change the song. Let's get to it. You see, I ain't even sparked it up yet. So just to let y'all know, like, I ain't even sparked up yet. The fucking incense then went out and everything. Let me go in to change this energy. Hold on. Let me put on this Egyptian beat. Let's go all the way in. So I'm just letting y'all know how real this is, right? I don't even need this, right? I just had it just in case. As y'all see, we already flowing, right? I ain't even need to spark this shit up. But that's why I just let y'all know what needs to be known. Because if you're here, you're supposed to be here, as y'all see, you know? I don't know how the fuck you found out about me. I don't know how you ended up here, but if you're here, then you're supposed to be here. Because when I look back at my life, I'm like, how the fuck did I get here? That's the crazy thing, right? You think I grew up just like, okay, one day I want to be 93. One day I'm going to be into Western occultism. One day I'm going to be into the devil worship and all this shit. You think that was my mentality? It appears to be, I guess, right? Because that's what everything led up to. What's up, Technomancy? 93. But yeah, it seems like, yeah, we came here to be devils. If you in America, you came here to be a devil. You didn't come here to be a god. Unfortunately, I had to be the one to tell you that, all right? We are here in 4D in the underworld, in the clip-off, in the duat. That's where we are here in America. That's why nobody knows what the fuck is really going on. Right? Everybody just trying to run all this game because we are in the duat. Meaning you only get one chance in this bitch, right? Meaning we can't make mistakes. You only get one chance. You make a mistake that ends your life, that's it. You gotta reincarnate and shit. You get one chance to do this shit right. But somehow people are taking life just not seriously. Like, you don't get one fucking chance to do this shit right. You get one chance. Meaning certain mistakes you make, you can't come back from. You can't come back from certain mistakes. But somehow people are living like, well, shit, I'm just going day by day. Yeah, you go by day if you want to. So the moment you start making mistakes that you can't come back from, it's over with. That's why I take this shit as seriously as I take it. I'm like, yo, we walking around here like we got 9 lives. We don't. Somehow we're acting like we're just untouchable. We can be snatched up out this bitch swiftly. If you on that bullshit, you can be snatched up out of your own shell. Imagine being snatched out of your own shell. See, now we're going into Islam, because that's what Islam says. If for the students of Islam, basically, like, if you was not a righteous person, when it's time for your soul to exit your body, that shit gets snatched out by Allah. Allah snatches your shit out. Be like, you motherfucker, just snatches your shit out. But when you the real deal, your soul comes out gracefully, because you was the real deal. The reason why the soul has to get snatched out of the body, because the soul don't want to leave, because the soul has been so fleshly. Don't know nothing but the earth. Never traveled the stars. So they got to get snatched the fuck out, because they don't want to go. Even in death. Even in death. Imagine not wanting to leave your body and you dead. You would rather be in the earth, in the ground, than to meet who we call Allah. I thought you was God, though. Right? All these motherfuckers thinking they God. Yeah, you think you are. Till your shit gets snatched the fuck out, because you wasn't doing what God do. And you damn sure was not doing what devil do. Because the devil runs shit down here. You can say Allah runs shit up there. The devil runs shit down here. So you better have an understanding of the devil, because that's what's running shit down here. That's who has the rules and regulations. That's why the streets run everything here. It's called the devil. Everybody gets intimidated by the mafia, by gangs. Seems to me like they're the one who's laying down the law over here. I'm not saying the whole world, I'm talking about over here. Over here, who got the structure? Gangs. Devil. The currency over here is blood. To have territory on these streets, somebody had to bleed for that. Somebody had to die for that. But we act like we don't know this shit, right? In order to say that this is my block, somebody had to die. Somebody had to get killed. Somebody had to bleed in order to say this is mine. I run shit over here. I mean, somebody else felt the same way, but they had to be dealt with now, didn't they? Human nature. Seems like the devil to me. But when I say that, that doesn't mean it's wrong. That just means you have to understand mathematics. Devil, Capricorn. Capricorn is a mathematician of the zodiac. So look, we're not talking about a religious being here. We're talking about mathematics. Most people don't understand the mathematics of the world. So how can they understand how to operate in the world if you don't understand this world is based on mathematics? Mathematics that we are not taught. We're not taught real mathematics. We're just taught mathematics on the paper. We're not taught the mathematics of life. Real math. We're not taught real math. We're just taught paper math with numbers, with Arabic symbols. Because if we was taught real math, we understand these are not just symbols. These serve a deeper purpose. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are more than just numbers to add and subtract, divide, and multiply. These are realities, aka parallels, that if you truly understood, you will understand why you're a devil. It starts with the numbers. But how many people understand not just numerology? Because that's just one aspect of it, just real math. All this is mathematics. But this math is secretive. This math is not obvious. That's why it's called the occult. The culture of the hidden reality. What is the hidden reality? Mathematics. You're really going into the zero. It's not even the 1 through the 9. You're going into the duat, going into the underworld, going into the netherworld. You're really dealing with the number 0, which takes you to the Aeon card in the tarot, which taps you into the energy of Pluto, which is the furthest planet from the sun. If you even consider Pluto a planet, it's the furthest energy from the sun, meaning Pluto only receives the dark rays from the sun. Pluto doesn't receive any light from the sun, only the dark rays that you can't perceive with your eyes. So for all my Plutonians out there, or my Plutocrats, these are real words, a Plutocrat. These are people who rule by power, meaning you're not in charge because the people elected you. You're in charge because you just got that amount of bread. That's the new world. Just letting you know. That's the new world. Meaning the only way for you to get power is for you to have the resources to empower yourself. Fuck trying to get elected, going through politics and doing all that shit. Well, the people got to put me in power. Fuck the people. And fuck their power. The only thing that's real is your power, the power of the devil. Put yourself in position to rule. Because that's what you're supposed to be doing anyway. You are here to master your darker nature, not your lighter nature, your darker nature. You're here to master your devil. That's why I'm saying devil. We're not here to master God. We're here to master devil. We're here to master the energy of Capricorn, which is why America was started July 4th, which is coming up. That's the season of Cancer. What's opposite of Cancer? Capricorn. Capricorn is 180 degrees away from Cancer. So this is what I mean. The astrology lays everything out for you if you understand how to interpret it. So America was started in the season of Cancer. Of course they're going to hate the devil because it's completely opposite, meaning the public doesn't resonate with the devil. The public resonates with Cancer, aka Jesus. All right? Cancer is where you build your relationship with the divine. That's what Cancer is all about, is building your relationship with the divine. But when we enter into Capricorn, now it's something a lot bigger. Now it's not talking about personal energies. Now it's talking about impersonal energies. So even when I say devil, that's a impersonal. That's not a personal energy, like somebody who's just appearing in your room trying to fuck with you. That's not a personal energy. It's an impersonal energy. Meaning it's an energy that you have to go to. It's not an energy that comes to you. So while everybody's saying like, oh, the devil's working, people love to say that shit, oh, the devil's working. No, you're working. It's you that works. The devil's impersonal. The devil don't give a fuck about individuals. The devil gives a fuck about bigger things. Like how to keep the world on point. How to keep people, killing and stealing and robbing and doing all this madness. How to keep people in the lower self. But you must master the lower self in order to understand that there's more. So that's why you have to master your devil before you can even think about being anything else. Or to be the true you. The true you includes devil and God. You have a godly nature, but you are also the devil. So you must understand how to navigate those scales of Mayat. This is the whole story of Osiris and Set. Osiris going against Set. Asar going against Set or Sutek. Asar versus Sutek. We thinking this shit is real. This is the fucking story of what we go through on an individual basis. We're all in that middle, and that's who Haru is, or Horos, that middle way. Because Horos, there's a deity that fuses Horus or Horu with Set or Sutek. It's a double-headed god. Most people probably never seen that god because it's not popular. It's a double-headed god. But if you know, you know. It's a double-headed god. And Thelema, it becomes a twin god. In Thelema, you have a twin god, which comes from the double-headed god. Which just lets you know, okay, both of these worlds are relevant. So while most people are picking and choosing what they want to do, either I'm going to be God or devil, like, nah, you got to be a combination of them both. Because you have to be able to walk these streets and people not intimidate you, but you also have to be righteous and not prey on the weaknesses of the people at the same time, because that's what they're doing. So although you may be devil, you are a righteous one. Meaning you ain't preying on the weak. You're not looking for victims. You don't even care about that shit. That ain't even the world that you care to be in. You don't care to be around a bunch of fiends, a bunch of weak motherfuckers who just fall victim to their vice on a daily basis. That's not the type of energy you even care to be around. If you're really who you say you are, right? However, you're not afraid of this energy at the same time. You are that energy, but you are also the opposite of that. You are the Cancer, but you are also the Capricorn. But again, most people don't really understand astrology, numerology, the occult, tarot, because they're just continuing on with older bullshit. Why do you think Crowley changed the imagery of the tarot? To prepare us for the new way. That's why most people don't realize, because they never read the literature. So they wouldn't know. Crowley updated the whole system of the occult. And most people still have not figured that shit out yet. Because they have not read the literature. They just get caught up on whatever the fuck he was doing. They didn't understand that he updated the entire occult system so that it can be relevant for today's times. Because the old way is no longer relevant. Meaning you're still a person using the Rider-Waite deck or any of these decks that other people use. If it's not that Thoth deck, I'm just letting you know right now, it ain't legit. Because it was not updated. What do you think gave Crowley the idea, I need to update the imagery of the tarot? Who the fuck even thinks like that? Something that has been laid down for hundreds of years. Now you come along and like, I need to update this imagery. Not because he just one day woke up with the ideas, because he was tapped into Awas, who he met in Egypt, in Cairo, where he received the book of the law. And again, I just bring these things up because clearly I'm the only person that really sees the relevancy of this shit. Right? That's why I always come in the name of 93. I don't just come because I'm trying to be cool. Like, yo, I actually understand, like, yo, this shit is real. So the only reason I give credit or credence to any of this shit, I'm like, yo, this shit is fucking real. How the fuck did the Book of the Law get written in 1904 and it's talking about the child God, and this was before the discovery of King Tut? How the fuck does that happen? This new era will be the era of the child God. This is in 1904. Then King Tut gets discovered, and that's what changes the whole dynamic. Now everybody wants to know about Egypt. In 1904, nobody was giving a fuck about Egypt. It was after the discovery of King Tut. That's when, oh shit, what the fuck is going on? That's what happened. Now America wants to pattern itself after Egypt. Now everybody wants to be into this Egyptian shit. That happened after the discovery of King Tut. So if you was a person that read the Book of the Law, you're like, wait, this was already predicted. The Book of the Law clearly explains what's going to happen, and it actually did happen. Then after that, we had hip-hop. Africa been by to go into Egypt because he won a writing contest because he was a master pen. His penmanship was on a level of mastery, and he just so happened to be a gang leader. Imagine that the gang leader actually is the most prolific writer out of all of these people, to the point where his pen earned him a trip to Egypt, and he came back on that hip hop shit. Motherfuckers weren't saying nothing about hip hop before he went to Egypt. They didn't even have a name for it. Now they were doing it in the streets, but they wasn't calling it hip hop. It wasn't called that until he laid that game down, because he went over there and he got the game. I've said all this before. I'm just letting y'all know that this is why I take heed to this. That's why I say whether I'm hip hop, whether I'm the Lima, whether I'm 93, to me it's all the same, because the people that had to get this game had to go to Egypt to get it over there. So to me it's all coming from the same source. So I really don't separate this shit. I'm like, this is all the same to me. So that's why I can talk about the 9 elements of hip hop, but then I can go into some Thelemic shit, and then I'm going into the Western occultism. To me, this is all the same. This needs to be our foundation. If it's not already your foundation, it should be your foundation, because this is what it means to be an American. If you consider yourself an American, everybody doesn't have to consider themselves an American. But if you consider yourself an American, this is what it means to be American. Meaning you understand double. It's just really that simple. You understand the darkness. You understand the shadow. You understand the duat. You understand the underworld. You understand those jinn. You know the difference between a demon and a jinn. Most people don't. I guarantee. Ask the average person, what's the difference between a demon and a jinn? They couldn't tell you, unless they actually studied, and most people haven't. Most people don't even know, like, why is that even relevant? Right? See, a lot of questions that you should be asking yourself, most people don't find relevant. You find it relevant because you understand that in America, there's a certain way to do things. There's a certain way to live. Meaning, the people that do the darkness are not wrong. They just understand the law. Once you understand the law, you must implement it and do your own thing with it, because the job is not done. Right? So whether you consider yourself hip-hop, the Lima, 93, Western occultist, whatever you consider yourself, just know just know. That's really all I'm saying. Just know. Right? Just know. You don't have to think too much. Just know. When you know better, you do better, right? It's not when you think better, you do better. When you know better. When you're operating from a sense of knowingness, then you do better. But yeah, let me light up this incense. All right? But I'm going to at least smoke this. I already rolled this shit. I might as well smoke it. But I just wanted to lay down the foundation first. All right? So let the people call themselves gods, while you call yourself devil. And I guarantee ain't nobody gonna say nothing to you about that. See, the gods is always challenging each other, right? But not the devils. Because for you to even say some shit like that, I'm like, all right, well, you gotta be on some other shit to even say some shit like that, right? And I only say it because this is just a reality. Everything I'm saying, this is because of reality. I have experienced these things with my own eyes, heard these things with my own ears, right? So I don't need to tell you nobody else's information. These are all things I have discovered through my own research and my own experience, right? So even though it seems kind of different, you couldn't have a better source, right? Because when spirits start coming to you directly, what greater evidence do you need? I am only here because spirits ran up on me directly. That's the only reason I'm here, right? Egyptian or Kemetic spirits ran up on me. So that's why, that's why I'm different. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not just, I just so happen to be into Aleister Crowley and Thelema and 93. It just so happened, like, no. Kemetic spirits came up and ran up on me and let me know what was going on. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm into the hip hop. And before, that's why I was into the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all that. Meaning I've been on this so-called Egyptian wave literally my whole life. Since I was a child. Fucking with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Egyptian gods and shit. I've been doing that shit the whole time. I just really learned, okay, well, what is all this? Where does all this come from? I begin to ask those real questions. Okay, why the fuck do we even care about this shit? Why is this Yu-Gi-Oh cartoon talking about ancient Egypt and all that? And what the fuck does this have to do with playing cards? And I'm like, oh, this is really the tarot. That was their version of the tarot. That's what that was. I'm like, oh, well, the tarot comes from Egypt. So Yu-Gi-Oh cards, tarot cards. So when I started putting together the sequences, I'm like, this is what's been going on the whole time, huh? Playing with Yu-Gi-Oh cards prepared me for the tarot. Because had I not been in the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I would have never even cared about the tarot. Yu-Gi-Oh is what gave me interest in the tarot. I'm like, oh, all this is coming from Egypt. All this is the same source. I might as well get into it. And it wasn't because one day I just woke up on this. I'm like, I was already here. I just needed to understand why. So that's why when the spirits ran up on me and then they introduced themselves to me, I'm like, why are Kemetic spirits introducing themselves to me as if I'm somebody important? Because I'm not spiritual. I'm not doing any rituals. I didn't cause that to happen because I'm like, I didn't even know how to even cause that to happen. So this just happened on this fucking own. Motherfuckers are just running up on me, letting me know what the deal is and telling me their real names, not their Greek names, their Kemetic names. And I'm like, why? That's what started my journey. So if you want to know, why am I here? Why am I 93? Why am I Thelema? Why am I into this Kemetic Egyptian? Why? Because real spirits ran up on me and let me know what was going on, and I had to do my research. That's what made me want to do research. That's what made me get into the literature, because I'm trying to understand what the fuck just happened to me. I'm not trying to figure out what happened to somebody else. I'm like, what the fuck just happened to me? Then when I run up on Aleister Crowley and I hear about his relationship with Awash, how Awash just ran up on him and introduced himself to Aleister Crowley. I'm like, yo, that's the same shit that happened to me. I know. I'm like, oh shit. So this is actually something real. This wasn't just no shit I was just making up in my mind. The same shit would happen to somebody else. So that's what gave me an interest in Crowley, because I'm like, yo, he had the same experience I had. I need to understand what the fuck this is all about, because I didn't know. That's what gave me an interest in all these things, because I was trying to comprehend my own experience. So that's why I didn't need to be convinced. See, other people need to be convinced that this shit is real. They need evidence. They need to be convinced. I already had the evidence. I already was convinced because it was already happening to me in real time. So I was able to skip all that extra shit. I'm like, yo, that experience, I already know what that's about. I need to go deeper into it. And this is how I end up here. Me understanding why are spirits coming to me. Obviously, they're coming to my Corrine, which is my personal jinn, and they're having conversations. Obviously, they want me to know something. They want me to move in a certain direction, and that's exactly what happened. Ever since that experience, I began to become Asheranu. That's what made Asheranu spiritual experiences. Not because I read a bunch of books. Motherfucking spirits is running up on me, and I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Then the dead started running up on me. So it went from comedic spirits. Now the dead is coming up. People that are dead, like dead celebrities. Now they're waking me up out my sleep again. I done told these stories individually, throughout the course of this channel. But I'm just letting you know how real this is, right? So now I got dead people running up on me, giving me information. Necromancy. So really everything that I'm into is because the shit started happening to me. It wasn't because I did a ritual, now some shit is popping off. I'm like, this shit was happening before I even understood what the fuck was going on. Which is why I feel, obviously there's some type of connection here. Obviously I had to open up some type of portal, some type of parallels in order for this shit to even be going on. Right? I don't think any of the shit is random. Right? So I'm just letting y'all know. That's why I had the dedication I had. That's why I had the hunger I had. That's why I've been making video after video after video. That's why I've been here the last 10 years, because what's within me is real. Real shit was going on. Real shit still goes on. That's why I have so much to fucking say. Right? I don't speak as much now because I be at the goddamn job. But y'all see, I used to be doing this shit every goddamn day because this is a daily occurrence. Right? Because this shit is real. So that's why my energy is different, because the shit was actually occurring. It still actually occurs. And I just do my best to explain it. It may not make sense to everybody, especially if you haven't went through any of this. It may not make any sense to you. But I'm just conveying my experience. So for the ones that do understand, like, okay, this is actually some real shit. This ain't no make-believe. This ain't, okay, I just so happen to choose this over that. Right? So just make that 100% clear, right? So essentially, I feel like I was forced into this path. I didn't wake up one day, okay, I just want to be this. No. Spirits are running up on my ass, and I had to make a decision. Do you want to understand what's going on, or will you denounce this whole experience and then go to God? Those was my only two options. I could say, oh shit, the devil is in me. I need to get closer to God, or I need to go deeper into the underworld and discover the devil. Essentially, I guess everybody will have to make that decision at some point when spiritual shit starts happening to you. If it's not already happening to you, you've got to make the decision. Do you truly want to understand what's going on here? Or do you denounce it and then, go to God? Then whatever decision people make, and that's the experience that they will have, right? I just decided to take the scarier route. Because when you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and when you read about the halls of Amenti, and when it says not many people will journey here, which is the underworld, very, very, very few people will journey here. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Most people went to God. When scary shit started happening, they went to God. They didn't go deeper. But because I read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, I'm like, okay, this is supposed to be happening because it's right here in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. This is what I'm like, oh, only a couple of people will make it here. I'm like, all right, I'm going. You don't have to tell me nothing else. Soon as they start talking like that, or not many people make it here. As soon as they start talking like that, I'm going. I'm like, not many people. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going. I'm going. Because I ain't trying to be around people any goddamn way. Let me see what's going down over there. So that's why for me, there's no separation, right? I've dedicated my whole being to this because I always been this. I just had to come into the understanding of what I already was. Same thing everybody else has to do. Some people find themselves in God. I just so happen to find myself in devil, right? And that's already after being God, after already calling myself God, being God, body, doing everything that you're supposed to do. I'm like, damn, I was really devil though. And it just becomes that, especially when you actually have to deal with devil shit, right? Again, we're talking about me being in LA, in gang territory. So that's being approached by gangs and not having to back down. And again, like you can't just be weak. You will be taken advantage of. So to me, I understand why all these situations happened to me. All this was preparing me for a certain reality. Because this is not how I was before, right? I was completely different. I was more pure. before I went to the West Coast. Before I came out here to the West Coast, I didn't know nothing about none of this shit. People were able to sense that on me, and then they began to try to take advantage of that. So I'm like, either I'm going to be taken advantage of, or I need to understand the dynamics of where I am. All right? So I decided to understand the dynamics of where I am. I'm like, oh, this is the land of Satan. This is not the place where I can just be righteous and just be God-fearing and everything is going to happen the way I want it to happen. Like, I'm already getting approached. Just the block that I live on, there's gang members on the block that I live on. This shit is already in effect. So what are you going to do? You going to try to avoid these motherfuckers? Or are you like, all right, fuck it. Like, let's just go to war now, all right? This is what they do any goddamn way, right? I either got to get on their level, because they're damn sure they ain't about to be on my level. So I got to understand, like, this is an act of survival at this point, right? So that's what I mean by me. All these dynamics were going on at the same time, and I just had to make a decision. Like, all right, well, am I going to throw the Bible at these motherfuckers? Or am I going to come at them on the same type of time they on? And I done already told you all these stories, right? When I got on the same type of time they on, then I realized that they didn't really want it like that, which was surprising to me, right? I'm like, yo, I thought y'all wanted that shit. Because when I got on that time, my motherfuckers just like yo, we ain't really, we just playing around. So that's what really, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. They not really in the underworld. I'm not saying all of them, right? Because clearly it's some motherfuckers who don't care about none of that shit, right? But I wasn't running into those types of people. I was running into people that wasn't serious. Because I guess the people that was serious, I'm like, the fuck would they bother me for? It was the people that wasn't serious that was fucking around and playing the little games. So once I realized, I'm like, yo, I'm a lot more serious than these people that I'm even around. So I'm like, what the fuck do I have to fear? I'm thinking I'm about to get on their time and this is about to be fucking an all-out war. It wasn't, though. So that's what I mean by just doing alchemy in real time, and you're actually experiencing the results of what you're doing. And then you're seeing what works, what doesn't work, and you're just constantly adding on to what works, and you're taking away from what doesn't work. And eventually you have a solid system, something that actually works for you, that may be unique from anything else you've been through. But again, this is what shapes and this is what molds us into what we will become and are becoming. All right, so let me light this up, though. I just wanted to release those thoughts. Are you devil enough to be yourself? And I just say that because, how many people are talking about God on YouTube, That's why I don't even care to even come in that direction, right? You know how many fucking righteous or religious people are on fucking YouTube talking about God day in, day out, and how people like me are fucking damned to hell and all that? I'm like, well, I guess so. I guess so. Because I've been in hell a long ass time. And somehow I'm still here, right? But all these people that was talking crazy, I don't really see them around too much. What the fuck happened? I remember it was a lot of people, on God time, basically, right? I don't really see that many people now. Because the world is changing. The world understands. 2020 and beyond is no joke. This is a Uranian current. If we want to take it to the astrology, we are going into a Uranian current. That's outside of the bounds of Saturn, which is the mainstream. We're going outside of the mainstream, going into the strangeness of reality. That's what we've been heading to, the strangeness. 2020 beyond, after COVID, shit has been getting very, very strange. It's just opposite of what we're used to, right? The world changes right before our eyes, but you must be looking through the all-seeing eye. This is the second part of the video, talking about the all-seeing eye. Do you see through the all-seeing eye, or are you seeing through your personal eyes? And for that, I will actually light this up, right? So let me go ahead and do that. I'm gonna light an incense real fast. So for the second part, I will talk about that, the all-seeing eye. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me light the incense, because again, we want to be righteous about this, right? And it ain't gonna just be not just about the smoke in the house, and now the whole house is smelling like goddamn weed, right? We ain't doing it like that, right? We want to make sure everything is righteous. Again, I just never understood how the fuck people do that. You ever walked into a smoker's house? You ever walked into a smoker's house, whether it's weed or whether it's tobacco, whatever the fuck they do? Like the energy is just low. The energy is just low, right? So to keep the energy high, to balance the energy, that's why the incense must always be lit up. I even got the Palo sticks too, right? So I'm really not playing. I got the Palo sticks on deck. Hold on, I can show y'all. Give me a second. Let me grab these incense. Hold on. So as y'all see, you got these Palo sticks. All right, Palo Santo. All right, so we ain't fucking around. And let's see. Got a whole box of incense. Got a whole box of these bitches, all right? Let me see. Here we go. And this is the one I'm using right now. It's the Reiki, right? You see it says Reiki. So this is the one I'm on right now. So while I stay lighting up these incense, I stay lighting these up. Why? Because I don't like to smell smoke after I'm done smoking. I don't even like to smell smoke when I'm smoking, right? I like that pretty ass shit, right? Like you walking into a temple. Because that's how it should be, right? Just because people are smoking, it shouldn't feel like you're walking into a goddamn a smoke session. It should be like a temple. This should be sacred. Or is it just me? Or is it just me? To me, smoking is sacred because you're tapping into the spirit. And depending on what spirits you fuck with, those are the type of spirits that will be invited into your space. The thing is, most people don't know what type of spirits they fuck with because they're not spiritual. So they can't identify spirits. They don't know how to do that, right? That's not something you just one day know how to do. So if you really want to know what type of spirits fuck with you, all you gotta do is do what people do to invite the spirits. People smoke to invite spirits. People light incense to invite spirits. All this shit that we're doing, like people are, we're just getting high. Like, fuck out of here with that. You just getting high. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Anybody talking like that? Anybody talking like that? Just letting you know, anybody who uses that language, just leave these motherfuckers alone. Oh yeah, we're about to go get high. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Nowhere near high. People do not be getting high. Nowhere near it. That's just a word that they use to pretend like they're doing something righteous, like they're doing something spiritual, but they're not. So when you say, okay, I'm gonna get high, I'm gonna get spiritual, I'm gonna get spirited. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. As y'all see, y'all don't be seeing me smoking with nobody. Now, do you? Y'all don't see me passing the weed and sharing the weed and shit? Why not? Why not? And the last time y'all saw me in a smoking session with a group of motherfuckers, just talking reckless. When the last time y'all saw some shit like that? So I'm just letting y'all know. It's just the way I do it is different than how most people do it. So I have to keep it sacred, right? So y'all not gonna catch me doing this with nobody else. Only those who are qualified, and it ain't that many. It ain't that many. And I say that because, as y'all see, I have a warrior spirit, but it ain't because I made myself that way. I just so happen to be born on the 9 vibration, right? I was born on the 18th day. 1 plus 8 gives you 9. So that's where my warrior spirit comes from. And that's what I mean by it was already in me. I didn't have to create that. That was already there, just based off of my numerology. So my numerology gives me the spirit of a warrior, and this is just how I apply that, as they call it, the spiritual warrior, or the spiritual guru, whatever the fuck, right? I just take the spirit workings very seriously, because I look at this as a battlefield. So the same way we have to defend our territory if somebody intrudes. This is protection. And as y'all see, I be vaping too, so I just so happen to be smoking this. I only smoke this at home. At work, obviously, I'm not going around smelling like weed, so I just be vaping, right? Because it's a way of life. It's a way of life, you know. And most people are taking it for granted. They take for granted that you're actually tapping into the intelligence of the planet. That you can do so much. If you only understood what you were doing. But all people care about with that 420 shit, right? People don't even understand 420. Everybody I've asked about 420 don't even know the meaning. Imagine that. We have a whole 420 culture. It just been commercialized, right? I know y'all just seen people with the 420 hats or the 420 shirts and all that extra shit, the 420 stickers. Like they're just so cultured. Give me a second. Hold on. But as I said, I haven't talked to anybody who really understand that 420 shit. That's how I know. There's a reason why they call this the devil's leaf. They call this the devil's leaf. So even to this day, people still feel like this has a connection with the devil. People still feel that way. And that's nothing new. Because the people that was smoking like this was fucking witches. And that they were supposed to be messengers of the devil. Not even just messengers, but workers of the devil. Right? So that energy is always going to be there. That's why even though this is legal, people still, that hasn't changed their perspective of this. This is still the devil's leaf to a lot of people. This is what the devil is. It enters into you through this. This is how a lot of people still feel. This is a portal to the devil, according to a lot of people. Right? That's why they don't do drugs, because it's a portal to the devil. It's a parallel to the devil. That's how a lot of people feel, right? So they will never touch this. They will never take a sip of alcohol. Because they are afraid of their own shadow. Because they're right. The devil does get into you, but your devils. Devils that you already have within you. Not no new devils. It's not new devils, it's old devils. But when you have a relationship with your own Kareen, when your devil is your ally and not your enemy, because you're too God conscious, then it's a little different. And that's really all I show for. That's why I can talk about all this devil shit, but you see, I'm not out here doing anything that the so-called devil does. From a religious perspective, right? See, I don't get on here talking about violence. I don't even talk about violence in my music. So you see, I'm not encouraging anybody to harm anybody. I'm not encouraging anybody to violate anybody else's free will. You know, see, I don't do any of that, right? I don't come in that energy, which is supposed to be devilish. But it seems to me the only people that come in that energy is godly. Imagine that. Imagine that. Seems to me that the people that's fucking the world up are the people of God. It's not the devil's people. That's why I keep saying, when was the last time you saw on the news or on the YouTube some mass killer or mass murderer or somebody who's done terrible things that they went inside their home, because you know they're going to search your home, and they just found all type of devil paraphernalia? Exactly. Because they will let you know that. There's no way they wouldn't let you know that. Okay, we went into this man's home and we saw a statue of the Baphomet. Oh, they're going to let people know that. But it seems like the people that actually do things like that, like have statues of Baphomets and devil worship and all that stuff, they tend to know how to keep themselves civilized. Why? They tend to mind their own fucking business. Why? Because according to religion, these are the enemies of God. According to religion, these are the enemies of God. These are the people that God had to destroy, that they're at war against. This is how religious people feel. This is what they believe. So how are these people that they're at war with, that they're supposed to be enemies of, these are not the people that's doing the crimes. So how are they the enemy and they're not doing the crimes? They're not the reason why your city is fucked up. Because it seems to me, if you go to any jail, go to any prison, and then if you ask the people in there, do they believe in God? Majority of them will say yes. You're not going to get majority of them saying no. Fuck God, we don't believe in that. You're not going to hear that in a prison or jail. And these are the people who have done terrible things. But they still believe in a God. And will also, they may not say that they're Christian, but they are a believer in some form or fashion. So, what are these people doing exactly that makes these people automatically enemies to God? Because these are not the people in the jail cells. These are not the people in the prisons. These are not the people that's endangering your life. These are not the people that's violating your free will. So what exactly make these people the enemies of God, which essentially makes them enemies of the people of God? Because if you are an enemy of God, that means you also have to be an enemy of the people of God. Because that's exactly how they go about it. That's exactly how they treat it, right? So all I'm saying here is that the so-called devil's people, devil worshippers, witches, and warlocks, and all these people, if they are not the ones committing the crimes, they're not the ones making the world a bad place, because they're not the ones making shit uncomfortable for people to express themselves and live their life. They're not the one putting the pressure on the people and making shit uncomfortable. So what exactly are they doing that will classify them as enemies of God? It essentially comes down to the way they live their life on a personal level. For example, when it's man on man activity, when it's woman on woman activity, when it start going in that direction, now it's gonna always, that essentially is always that's always the leveler. Because if you take that element away, and if it's just people killing each other and murdering each other and doing everything else, that place wouldn't be deemed to be destroyed by divine hands. It's only when shit becomes sexual. Now divine hands needs to destroy Loka. That needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. Hence, as they say, that's what happened with the Sodom and Gomorrah, right? It's too much man on man activity, woman on woman activity. Then then even if you involve, the children, right? Now they involving children, it's going too far. As soon as you start messing with the sexual element, you're going too far. But long as you don't do that, that's just a lot of people actually do feel this way. Like, okay, as long as you're not messing with my children and you're not messing with my wife, it is what it is. As long as you're not messing with my husband, as long as you're not messing with my children. Is that really not how most people feel? If we're just honest about the situation, right? As long as you're not putting your hands on their property, right? What's up, Alchemist? So what I'm essentially establishing is, if the enemies of God, they're not the ones making the world crazy, but they are the ones essentially utilizing the sexual energy in strange ways, we can say, right? They're doing very strange activity that's not really deemed appropriate in most mainstream circles, right? That's essentially what it all comes down to. If we just trim all the meat and get all this extra stuff, right? It just comes down to, when sexual energy is used in strange ways, which is essentially what the witches do, what the warlocks do, anybody in so-called sex cults and yada yada yada, right? They always doing some extracurricular strange things that's deemed inappropriate. You can even then go into things like bestiality, right? They're doing sexual things with animals, right? We even go in that world, right? All this is classified as extra strange activity, right? That you damn sure not about to bring into a church or a masjid or a temple, right? They're not going to allow any of that behavior. So essentially, anybody participating in anything in that world, in this strange sexual world, anybody doing any of that stuff is essentially deemed an enemy of God. And essentially, it will make you a enemy of the people of God. Because you damn sure you're not about to say any of that you're engaging in any of this behavior, and they're like, okay, well, that's fine. You probably, it's going to be a problem. They're going to start making things uncomfortable for you, are they not? Will they not start making things uncomfortable for you? Will they not start putting that pressure on you? Like, okay, you don't really belong here. If that's what you're going to be doing, we don't really want you around. And we're going to let you know, we're going to make you feel that from us. Is that not exactly what they would do? We already know the answer to that, right? That's how they engage in their warfare. In today's times, we call it canceling, right? You're going to get canceled, right? They're going to put you on social media. Yo, you're going to get canceled. It's going to be a problem, right? Canceling is essentially, it didn't just start with social media. It didn't start with the internet. This has been going on since religion has been on the planet, or since religion has been the dominant force in which they can enforce their rules upon the people. Because there has always been opposition against religion, but religion hasn't always had the power to enforce laws. That took them time. They had to engage in warfare, not just physical warfare, but also mental and spiritual warfare. That's why Christianity has a lot of pagan origins, because they had to implement those truths in order to convince people that this is something that you should engage in. Because if you essentially come to a person and you are speaking the same truths that they have accepted in their own religion, you're just doing it in the form of a new God. So essentially, the only thing they're doing is just changing the name of the god. Now you're not saying Odine. Now you're not saying Mercury. Now you're just saying Jesus, as an example. So it's not really too hard just to change a name, because in your heart, it's still the same. Just because you change the name of the deity doesn't mean that your faith has wavered. That's essentially how they take it. That's also why it's easy for people to transition out of the church into the essentially spiritual community. This also explains that parallel, which most people don't really understand, right? For example, as we know, everybody hasn't been spiritual their whole life, right? Some people come out of the church, the temple, the masjid. They were a part of something. Then they began to hear the opposition of that, and they begin to resonate with it, which is different than somebody who never claimed anything at all, who essentially has been that way their whole life. Now they just have a word for it, like, oh, I've been this way the whole time. This isn't something I had to transition into. This is just what's been the case the entire time. Why is such an easy transition into the religious world, into the spirit world? Because essentially that's all you're doing is just changing the name. Now you're just going from Jesus. Now you can talk about Krishna or Shiva. Because those are the Christ figures in that particular religion. So to you, it's still the Christ. The name. So it's not that hard to make the transition, because you just recognize the parallels. Okay, like each religion has a Christ-like figure. Every religion has a Christ, some type of Messiah, some type of prophet, somebody who brought the game, which was foreign to the people at that time. It's not even that they invented it, but they were exposed to it at some point, and majority of the people wasn't. That's essentially what happened with the spiritual community. The spiritual community just represent information that the masses was not privy of until the 21st century. Because we know you can say the conscious community really started in the late 80s. So it was a good 20 years, you can say, that this information had been circulating on the underground circuit. You can say before the whole 2012, and now the masses is becoming aware of it. It was a good 20, 30 years that, as we know, it was already lectures going on. People had already been talking about Egypt. It was already underground circuits. As we know, the Bobby Hemmett's, the Phil Valentines. They go all the way back to the early 90s, right? So this has already been established way before. So once it became available to the masses in the form of The Secret, in the form of the Law of Attraction, things like that, that was most people's introduction, which was reminiscent to, as we know, the 7 universal laws, the first one being the law of mentalism, right? Give me 1 second. Let me put this on the charger. 1 second here. So since the first universal law is a law of mentalism, give me 1 second. Okay. Since the first universal law is a law of mentalism, which is the same as saying thoughts create things, because your thoughts are taking place on the mental plane. So you're essentially saying the same thing. You're just not considering the other 6 laws, right? Exactly, the Kabbalion. So the law of attraction, thought creates things. That's essentially, you're just becoming aware of the first universal law, the law of mentalism. You're just not considering the other 6. Because when you consider the other 6, and now you're looking at it as an entire system, like, okay, that's the first step. The first step is, okay, I need to be aware of my thoughts, right? I need to be aware that my thoughts are not just sweet nothings that I can just throw out there and nothing's going to come back at me. The type of thoughts I throw out into the ethers, it's going to come back at me. The butterfly effect, right? I'm going to experience the butterfly effect. Something that was just a thought, it's now going to present itself as an actual reality. And by the time it presents myself as an actual reality, I didn't forgot that I was thinking about it, which is what happens with most people. Most people forget that they were thinking about whatever chaos that they are experiencing. It was a thought before. They just don't remember entertaining it because it became subconscious. It was a conscious thing, and then it seeped into the subconscious, and then it's just been stirring up in the subconscious, and the subconscious is what projects reality. Our reality is not projected from the conscious mind; it's projected from the subconscious mind. How do we know this is real? Because that's why people are emotional. People are going to have an emotional reaction before they have an intelligent reaction. We have to teach ourselves to have an intelligent reaction, because the first reaction is going to always be emotional. If somebody calls you out of your name, your first reaction, you're like, oh, that's disrespectful. It's going to be emotional. Then you have to think like, okay, you know what I mean? You think after the fact, but it's going to be emotional first and foremost. So we have to train ourselves to have an intellectual response to things, to life, versus an emotional one. Because when we have emotional responses, it has all of our energy centers experiencing, you could say, that toxicity that we're entertaining. And this is what makes us sick. This is what makes us, foggy, and we can't see things clearly. So, for example, if somebody is going through a hard time emotionally, you think they're going to be 100% up here and aware of everything that's going on around? No, they're not. That's the difference between, you could say, somebody having a good day and a bad day. The difference between a good day and a bad day is what you're going through emotionally. It ain't even what's actually occurring. It's how you're emotionally processing that information. Because it's either going to give you a positive or negative response, depending on how you process it. So it ain't even about what happens, it's about how it's processed inside. That's the law of mentalism. The law of mentalism just lets us know that we have to respond to things intellectually, because it's going to get processed in our insides, and depending on how we process that, is going to affect us in a certain way. So when we consider the full system instead of just the one introduction. There's a reason why they only gave you one of the 7 laws. There's a reason why that one essentially became popular and not the other 6. Because as we see, essentially, that is essentially what the world was able to grasp onto. Because if they just presented the 7 universal laws, it would have been too complex for the world to grasp. That's why the world is not Kabbalists. The world is not astrologers. The world is not numerologists. It's just, that's a lot. Those are full systems. That's a lot of information to be able to remember and hold on to and be able to execute successfully, continuously. The world is not going to find that interesting because it's a lot to process. It's like essentially going through college, right? So the world was able to grasp onto the law of attraction because now we're putting it in scientific terms. Because when we're able to put it into scientific terms, now it's like, oh, okay, because we're Westerners, we're over here in the West. Our language is science and mathematics. Over in the East, it's more poetic. That's why when they talk about these things, it's more poetic. But over here in the West, when we deal with these things, we have to deal with these things from a more scientific perspective. Because that's just how our mind works because of where we are. So it ain't about who's better, who's worse. It's just about the East does things different than the West. So over here we have to process things through science. So saying the law of attraction, exactly, sacred geometry. There's a reason why we say sacred geometry and not something more poetic. Sacred geometry. Geometry takes you to math. That's something we can grasp. And we put the sacred on front just to let it know, okay, this is something more than just tangible math that you use to calculate and measure things. So that's why we have the language we have, right? That's why it's a law of attraction. That's why it's sacred geometry. It always has to go back to science and math because that's the way we process over here in the West. So if you're able to make poetic things scientific and mathematical, you're going to have a good time over here because that's what we're supposed to be doing. So that what happened in 2012 is the masses became aware of Eastern consciousness, how they deal with things like the chakras, the energy centers. We became aware of their gods, their religions, their goddesses. Now this is something the masses know. Again, it had already been brewing in certain locations like California, as we know. Hinduism was introduced to California in the 19th century. So they literally had 200 years of it. So while the rest of the world was catching on in 2012, California had already been exposed to that knowledge for 200 years. So that's something also to keep in perspective, which is what makes California that's why people come all around the world to come see California. Because it's different, because it's just a history, right? California was exposed to certain information a lot earlier. So even though, when we think about California, we think about Hollywood, we think we have a certain image. But again, when you're actually there and then you see how the people actually move and you see how the people actually live, because what's one thing you always hear? California is so expensive, right? When people think about California, they think about how expensive things are there, right? You're gonna always hear that. And that's what keeps a lot of people away from California, cause like, things are way too expensive over there. But we have to take into account there's people there and making it happen. How are they able to afford it? See, we're already crossing ourselves out. Okay, it's too expensive. That's too much. We're not even thinking about how are the people there able to make it happen. Obviously, it's possible because people are doing it. It really just becomes a level of, are you willing to do what it takes to be successful there? Because yes, you have to do things differently there because of the history and because of the people and how things are set up. So you can't bring, you can say, energy from somewhere else and then bring it there, and then that's gonna, basically you have to adapt to them. They're not gonna adapt to you. You have to adapt to them. That's how things stay. You can say West Coast. So if you coming through there, you will be adapting to them. They're not adapting to you. As long as you understand that, then you will have a successful time there. But if you come there trying to change things up and switch things up, like they ain't have hundreds of years of all this background information, it's just not going to happen. Now, if you go to other places are more open, right? Other places are more open to the point where they will be susceptible to your vibes. And then if your vibes are supreme, they will take heed to them. Okay, well, that's how we should be vibing, right? Because other places have less history, they have less influence. So they're still learning. They're still open to new experiences. Where other places, they have their system set up, and that's just how they just play the game how they play the game, and they're not allowing nobody to tell them how they play the game. So a lot of places have strongholds, just like New York. Yeah, we see Virginia, we see Detroit. We have places that have strongholds. Like, yeah, Detroit had a stronghold with the auto factories. So you wasn't about to come to Detroit and tell them how to do anything because they already got the stronghold laid down. So in places where they had strongholds, they basically are dictating how the business goes because you have to come on their time. They're not about to get on your time. You have to get on their time. Then in other places that was more open, they could get on your time because their time was still open to new influences. They still was pulling from the ethers. That's kind of how Vegas is, to be honest. Vegas doesn't really have like this it's set energy that's just been here and this is gonna always be here. Vegas is still pulling for the ethers. That's why they're just like anybody who has like new innovative ideas and corporations and all that, they're coming in here and they're just innovating. Because Vegas is like, yeah, come in, come in. Like we're open to new things. We're open to new ideas. They don't, because they didn't already just, there's a difference between like the Strip and then the rest of Vegas. The Strip basically has its own system. Nobody's telling the Strip what to do. But then you have the rest of Las Vegas. The rest of Las Vegas is still open to the ethers. And again, that's what makes it a little different than other places that already has their foundation laid down. So you have places, there's a lot of places that's still open to the ethers. So just depending on the type of person that you are, you will do better in energies that are more open versus energies that already have a foundation. It really depends on, again, the life that you live and the type of person that you are and what energies. Like, for example, I've been in California, then as you see, I've been in Las Vegas. And as y'all see, I really ain't left Las Vegas since. I could go to California anytime. You don't really see me in no rush trying to go to California for the exact reasons that I'm laying out now. California has its rules, has its regulations, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to do things on their time, especially if you're an outsider. You have to do things on their time. It's just the way it is. Ain't nobody gonna do anything about it. They have their strongholds and all types of systems, all type of things going on. But in Las Vegas, for example, outside of the strip, right? People are pulling from the ethers. People are open. People ain't walking around, mad and upset, other than, because it's hot outside. People are, like if you come with a wave of information, they're open to that, right? Because people are not already set in their minds. Like, okay, I already know what's going on. This is the way it is. They don't really have that type of mentality. If you have conversation and the conversation has some weight to it, then will listen to you. So long as you have some weight behind your words, people are open to what you got to say. Especially if you have a creative and original way of explaining things. It makes it a lot more interesting. It's like that because a lot of people here don't even know the history of Las Vegas. Because it's not really put out there. So even the people here are not aware of how Las Vegas became Las Vegas. Because they're not really just hell-bound to the history. They're just open to what's next. In other places, they're more bound to the history of what has been. We got to keep things the way they always been. You have certain places that have that mentality. Then you have other places where we don't really care how things got to the way they got. We're just looking forward. Las Vegas is kind of like that. They're not really emphasizing the past like that. You're not going to really, just the people here, they're not just overemphasizing the past. Because a lot of people here are not from here. That's another thing. When you're not really running into locals all the time. Well, majority of the locals are not from here. That's another thing. In a lot of places, majority of the people there are from there. Las Vegas, majority of the people are not from here. So majority of the population, you can say, were people that were not born in Las Vegas. So everybody's bringing their own type of energies here, and it's actually able to coexist. You can say this is a place where multiple energies are able to coexist. It's not just one type of energy. Because essentially there's just a lot of space, right? This city is still being built up. There's still a lot of space versus like if you go to places like Los Angeles, like you can barely find anywhere to do anything private in LA because it's like every little inch is filled with a building. You don't really see open lots and open fields of land, not like in the downtown area and all of that. Like you can go to downtown Las Vegas right now and you can still like see like fields of nothing. Like they're still building. Like downtown Las Vegas is still being built up. It's not even at the apex. They're still building it up. It's not a lot going on at all. You go to downtown Las Vegas, you're like, yo, it ain't really too much going on down here at all. Because it's still being built up. Versus if you go to downtown Los Angeles, like you can get lost down there. You go to downtown Manhattan, you can get lost down there. So I'm just saying all that to say that, because we were talking about how it's easy for people to transition from religion to spirituality and how it starts with the first universal law and how it wasn't taught as a system, it was taught as a law because we have to speak in scientific and mathematical terms. That's why it's a law of attraction, sacred geometry, so on and so forth. Right. So I'm just explaining these foundations so that we understand why things are the way they are and how they are able to progress. Because we must understand the elemental factors of things if we want to understand how they are progressed. That's why there's a difference between Western occultism and Eastern occultism. Eastern occultism is more poetic, it's more abstract. That's why so-called spiritual people, they're very abstract. They're just kind of setting up their own system, doing it their own way. So just because a person says they're spiritual, that doesn't necessarily define anything. You don't really know what that means, right? Because it's more abstract. But that's really what it means to be spiritual. That's basically saying that I'm abstract. I basically, create my own system instead of adhering to a system of laws like a religion, right? So that's Eastern occultism, and that's why the masses are drawn to Eastern occultism because it's more of a freestyle, it's more abstract. Versus when you deal with Western occultism, it's already set up for you, meaning astrology is already, that's a system that's already set up. Numerology is already set up. The tarot is already set up. So essentially, you have to become a part of that consciousness that's already set up instead of you setting up your own consciousness, which you're doing with the Eastern occultism. That's the main difference between the Western and the Eastern. The Western essentially has all these systems, is ready to go. The Kabbalah is already ready to go, and now you have to memorize it. You have to memorize the zodiac. You have to memorize the planets. You have to memorize the numbers, right? It's already set up for you. So you have to internalize all of this information, and then you begin to understand what's really going on after you internalize it. Versus the Eastern again is more of you building your own reality. So, people do a lot of experimentation. There's a lot of experimentation in Eastern occultism. With Western occultism is more of you just memorizing and you internalizing, and then it displays because essentially you have to bring it down from the conscious mind to the subconscious mind. Then from the subconscious, it projects itself. So you know it from an external point of view and also an internal point of view. Meaning that, so you know what one represents externally, but you also know what one represents internally, because of when it projects itself out to you when you internalize it. So now you understand the inner and outer world. So that's why the two systems are different, and that's why most people are Eastern occultists, because it's more abstract. You're not held to certain rules and regulations. You're not held to certain bounds, right? You're not held to any rules. Like, can't nobody tell you what you should be doing in Eastern occultism, or what you should be studying. Can't nobody regulate that. And Western occultism is a little different. In Western occultism, there's certain things that you should know, because that is what Western occultism is. So if you are like, okay, I'm a Western occultist, there's certain things that you should know. So you're not really trying to figure out what a person knows. There's already, okay, well, like for example, if you say you are a tarot reader, you can expect a person to know the tarot. Okay, I'm a tarot reader. I read the tarot. Okay, well, if you say that, then I should be able to ask you about any of these 78 dimensions. You should be able to explain to me all 78 of these dimensions, because this is what you deal with, right? So you're not really trying to figure out what it means to be a tarot reader. You're like, okay, well, a tarot reader, that means you deal with these 78 dimensions. So anything within these worlds, which comprises everything in the universe, the whole universe, comprised into 78 dimensions. It's just how, if you know how to structure your question in the form of a card, well, I guess the person asking wouldn't be doing this. This will be done in the mind of the tarot person, because you will have to know the tarot to even, I guess, to even construct that. So let me not say the person. So basically, when you internalize the tarot, now if you're able to construct your questions within the world of a tarot, you can see how any question can fit within those 78 dimensions. Anything you can possibly ask fits within these 78 dimensions. It's just you figuring out where it fits. Again, this is the difference between Western and the Eastern. In the Western, as you see, it's not trying to adapt to you. You have to adapt to it. So if you have a question, you have to figure out which of those 78 dimensions explains this question, or which of the 78 dimensions have the answer that you're looking for. So really, there's no research. You got to do this, you got to do that. Like, okay, the answer to what I'm asking is within these 78 dimensions. I just have to figure it out. It's like it's like a parable. You're figuring out a puzzle, right? You're trying to construct the millennium puzzle. That's Western occultism. Like, it's always in the form of a puzzle, a parable, right? Eastern occultism is more, they have a system, for example, like the chakras, for example, right? Like, at bare minimum, you could say a person would know about the chakras if they're into the Eastern occultism. They may not be able to explain thoroughly which each chakra system does, but they at least have, you could say, the name of the chakra and then the color, the English name, not the actual the Hindi name, but the English name, and then the color that synchronizes, right? As you see, it's visual, right? It's visual. Root chakra is red, sacral chakra is orange, solar plexus is yellow, heart chakra is green, throat light blue, third eye dark blue, then crown is purple, right? Those are like that's what most people knows, right? There's a reason why they corresponded with colors, because they knew that people would find it easier to remember the chakras if they corresponded with colors. It's just easier to remember that. You don't really have that in Western occultism. For example, if you're trying to memorize the 12 zodiac signs, you got to do more than colors, because each of these 12 signs have attributes. Then it goes into the houses. These are also 12 houses. So you see, you just got to use more. You got to use more of the 10% of your brain to even figure this stuff out, which is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to fully activate you. Because if we're only using 10% of your brain, if you want to use more, this is what the Western occultism is for. Because you're always asking questions and trying to fit your questions into these dimensions that's already established. So you're basically you're trying to put the correct geometry within the right, the little toy with the babies that you need to put the circle where the circle go, with the square where the square go. You're just figuring out where everything goes, how to sort everything out. That's what you're doing. You're just figuring out, okay, where does that thought go? Where does that emotion go? Where does that desire go? Where does that memory go? You're just learning how to sort your energy and regulate your aura. Which you're doing the same thing with the Eastern as well, because if you know about the chakras, if you know how to regulate your chakras, that's you regulating your aura. So you see, they accomplish the same thing. That's why there's Eastern occultism and Western occultism. They are accomplishing the same thing. It's just Western, you're doing it in a different way. So with the Eastern, you're using colors and you're using chakras, and the root chakra represents your foundation. The sacral chakra represents your personal creativity, your sexual creativity. So you're just putting attributes with colors and then chakras. So you're building up this system of what these colors means, what these chakras mean. You're doing the same thing with Western occultism, which is basically the Kabbalah. Because the Kabbalah is all of it. So instead of me going into individual dimensions like astrology, numerology, tarot, then you put it all into the Kabbalah. Because in the Kabbalah, you're taking heed to the tarot, you're taking heed to astrology, you're taking heed to numerology. So the bigger system is the Kabbalah. So most of Western occultism deals with the Kabbalah, because that's where everything comes together. Western occultism, therefore, is the Kabbalah. Then you can say Eastern occultism. The foundation of Eastern occultism, you can say the chakras, right? So the purpose of these systems is to regulate your aura, because your aura is influenced by your thoughts, your desires, your emotions, and your memories, which we call the four elements. So in order to, for example, the tarot has four suits. So the four elements in the tarot just represents the four suits of the tarot. So what you see, it's all there already. It's just not obvious. Okay, four suits, four elements. The average person probably wouldn't be able to put that together instantaneously. But the more you internalize the system, that becomes obvious to you, right? You use a lot of these systems at the same time. Exactly. This is what Western occultism is, right? Western occultism is you being able to put together this grand picture, and you're using many different formulas to do so, which is the second law, which is the law of correspondence. Western occultism, the foundation is the law of correspondence. This is why the mainstream didn't get anything after the first law. Because as you see, when we go through these seven, it shows you the complete picture. So everybody else is just glancing through. This is what I mean by the all-seeing eye. If you want to have the all-seeing eye, you have to utilize the full system. You can't just be looking through the third eye. Like, people talk about the third eye as if that's the end all be all. That's just one of your chakras. Remember, 7 chakras, Eastern occultism, 7 universal laws, Western occultism. It's teaching you the same thing, just differently. One is more scientific and mathematical, one is more abstract and poetic. So one is going to appeal to a certain type of person more than another type of person. So if you're more scientific, Western occultism is going to be more appealing. That's also with the tarot, right? Some people prefer Thoth deck because it has everything already on the card for you. It has the astrology, it has the Kabbalah, everything is already there. Versus the Rider-Waite, which basically is completely abstract. As we see, it appeals to the Eastern occultists. The Rider-Waite, like, that whole deck is just completely abstract. It doesn't have a definition of any of the cards. It just shows you an image. And you basically use your intuition to interpret what that image means. Versus Crowley's deck is giving you the 36 deacons on the actual card. And it gives you a meaning of each card. So it's taking you a little deeper If you're more of a Western occultist, if you're more Eastern, Rider Waite, it's completely abstract, so you're just completely intuitive. So there's two different type of readers. One reader is intuitive, one is more scientific and mathematical. One is an Eastern occultist, one is a Western occultist. That represents the right hand path, the left hand path. The right hand path is a more creative, intuitive path. The left hand path is more of the path of the magician. Because to consider yourself a magician, you have to understand the science and math of things. All right? That's why that's the second degree. You have the fool, then you have the magician. The right hand path is the path of the fool, the one who is understanding their intuition, their higher senses. So they go off of what they feel, what they sense. That's how those people are, right? They call themselves empaths, right? They call themselves empaths, which is you have access to your higher senses. And you're very in tune with everything that's going on around you, everybody's emotions and all that. You have a very heightened sense of energy. You are an empath, right? That's the right hand path. That's the path of the fool, right? Then you have the left hand path, the path of the magician, which is a more darker path. Why is the left hand path considered the darker path? Because it's the path of the magician. And when you're going through the magician, and when you're going through the right hand, you have to go into the world of Binah, on the tree of life, on the Kabbalah. You go into the world of Binah versus the fool, you go into the world of Chokmah, which is the world of Neptune, versus Binah is the world of Saturn. As we know, Saturn is the world of Satan, meaning the first degree for you to understand is the degree of Satan. That's the first degree you understand on the left-hand path, which is why so many people have that image, right? Oh, they're worshiping the devil. Yeah, because they're going into Binah. They're going into the degree of Saturn. That's what you must first understand, which is, yes, the path of the Baphomet. It's for you to understand what that truly means. So if you're able to overcome that fear, because most people fear the devil, meaning, so your first degree is the devil, meaning you got to conquer that fear. That's the first fear you got to chop down. That's why it's a left-hand path. That's why it gets all that energy, because that's the first fear you're chopping down. Versus on the right-hand path, the first degree is the degree of Chokmah, which takes you into the degree of Neptune. Neptune is what? Neptune represents the outer limits, the outer worlds. That's why people who are empath, they have a sense of outer reality, which is their higher senses. That's how they navigate life, through their heightened senses, as they call vibes. I go off of vibes because they can really sense vibes. So when the vibe is not right, when the vibe is off, they know it because they're in tune with their heightened senses. That's how they navigate life. So they're learning as empaths, they're learning how to separate themselves from what they feel and how to define these energies that they feel. So they just learning how does that work when you're using your higher senses. How does that work? How do you fill it out? What does it mean? That's the right-hand path. So even people with God, they actually feel what they feel is God, right? So that's why it's easy for people in the right-hand path to be religious or to be of God, because they actually feel what they consider God, as we call love. You can say divine love, however you categorize it. They actually feel that because they are empath. They have access to. Their senses are heightened. So it's easy for them to interpret something divine. Again, this is what their interpretation. I'm not saying what it actually is or what it isn't, but that's how they would interpret it. So this is how people can become pastors and empaths and oracles, right? They can do that because they're really in that world. They can hear the voices. They can communicate with spirits and so on and so forth. They're actually in that world of the invisible. They're just learning how to navigate it. So they go through their paths to learn how to navigate the world of the empath. Versus the left hand, they're learning how to navigate through your fears, through your darker emotions, through your negative emotions. So you're doing the exact opposite, or you're doing the reverse of what the right hand path is doing. So while the right hand path is trying to get closer to God or that divine love, the left hand path is getting closer to their fears, to conquer them. Yes, they are controlling their demons, controlling their shadows, being in control of their darkness, being in control of their negativity, right? Which is the reverse of the right hand path. So that's what it is, right? I'm just explaining things that are just over explained and just people have blown it way out of proportion. I'm just bringing you back to the foundation of what all this is. Because we should be able to do that when we have this knowledge. We can look at things and bring it back to its infancy and like, okay, I see what this actually is versus what it has become. So you know how to go back in time and see what things was so you can better understand why things are the way they are now. Right? So you don't get in your feelings about it. It doesn't become an emotional roller coaster. It becomes, okay, I see why it had to be this way. And the position and the part I must play in it. So even in my particular circumstance, in my case, meaning I can't talk about what I used to talk about, you can say 10 years ago when I first started. Just simply because it was more creative. Everything that I'm talking about, I literally presented on this channel. Because if you go back to my older videos, I was more right hand. I was just trying to understand, as I was explaining earlier, why am I going through spiritual phenomena? Why are my senses heightened? Why am I having these crazy dreams and I can interpret things like what was... So that was just me documenting all these things that I was becoming aware of as I was going deeper into the journey. But then eventually you begin to see me go into the darker ways. Now I have to explore the darker paths. Now I'm making videos how to summon the devil and all. Now I'm going in that direction. Right? So that's why I can explain these things. And I'm like, I've been through both of these worlds, as we should, right? That's what it means to be on the right hand and the left hand, or the middle path. Meaning you understand why the right hand path needs to be separated from the left. But you also need access to them both at the same time. You understand why they're separated, but you understand why you need access to both of them. That's what it means to be on the middle path. Right? So this is just, again, a easier way of explaining things that people just have a hard time explaining because they're not actually doing the work. Because I've heard a lot of people try to explain these things, and imagine trying to explain something you never experienced or you never went through. Obviously, it's going to be all over the place. It's going to be a lot of unnecessary things said because it's not coming from within you. Just like everything I'm saying is coming from within, right? I'm like, I'm demonstrating these things. I'm like, okay, yeah, I know about that. Like, I remember those worlds. I've documented it, right? So how could I not know about something I actually documented, right? So anybody can see for themselves. You could just take the personal me out of the scenario. You're just watching how the right hand transitions into the left hand, then transitions back into the right hand, then transition back into the left hand. You literally see me going in both routes. That's why you hear me talk about righteousness, but we're doing dark deeds as well, just for a righteous purpose. Dark deeds for a righteous purpose. You always see me in that in between world, all right? So we're not fully demonic, we're not fully angelic. We understand we need access to both of these dimensions, both of these parallels, in order to be holistic, in order to be complete. So that's why it was necessary for me to go to the rock bottom, but also show forth the ability to rise above it. That's the whole reason of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I've showed y'all my darkness. I've showed y'all my rock bottom. I've shown y'all me with nothing. And now y'all are seeing me. Like, okay, now we're going into the ethers. Meaning like just being amongst the actual city. Right? Meaning like the more that I'm around people that actually live in Las Vegas, I realize that, these people are very interesting. Like every time I meet like a local, it's like you're not just a local, like you're actually doing something amazing. Well, I'm like, it's just the energy here though. Like the energy here just like you would never know. Yeah, you're basically amongst aliens. Let's just simplify it. Like you really amongst aliens in disguise, right? What's up, Montu 93? You're really amongst aliens because I'm always surprised at the people here. I'm always surprised at the people here. I'm like, you would never know what a person is into because they like to be low key. Like the people like to be humble here. Like the people in Las Vegas are not really arrogant people. That's what I begin to notice. I begin to figure that out. Why? Because like whenever I try to give somebody they praise, they always shun it off. And like this has happened like with multiple people. Like whenever I praise, I'm like, oh yeah, you really did that really good. I'm like, oh yo, like you the best at doing that. They be like, nah. They're like, nah. Every time I try to give somebody praise, they like, nah. I'm just me. Like they trying to. I'm like, oh you. They're like, oh, so they understand infamy. I'm like, oh, I noticed that. They're like, no, they ain't trying to be famous. They're like, yo, I ain't really trying to be in a spotlight. I'm like, oh, so they appreciate infamy. The people of Las Vegas. That's why I'm like, oh, that's why it's Sin City. See, I'm beginning to understand these things by just being amongst the people and then having a conversation and then like it's a giant experiment. I'm like, oh, I see. Like, oh, so this stuff ain't just didn't just come out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, the people here just appreciate infamy. These are not a bunch of people that's trying to be famous, that's trying to blow up on social media. Not saying that people are not doing that. We're just talking about the majority. The majority of people are just trying to stay out the way. They appreciate infamy. They ain't trying to be known. They ain't trying to be seen. They just trying to remain infamous. I'm like, that's just the Las Vegas way. I'm like, oh, I'm thinking it's just me, cause y'all have heard me talk about these things all the time, right? I've always talked about infamy, like fuck the fame, be infamous, right? I've had whole conversations about that. The more I begin to meet the locals, I'm like, oh, I'm not the only one that feels that way. I'm like, this is what everybody's doing for the most part. Nobody's really trying to bring too much attention to themselves like that if it doesn't need to be. People appreciate the infamy. I'm like, oh, okay. So whatever I was feeling, they feel too. So it's like the more that I'm around the locals, the more I see that everything that how I have explained Las Vegas, how I have become to know the city, I'm beginning to see it reflected in the people. I'm like, I'm not the only one that has come to this conclusion because they're showing me right now that they don't give a fuck about this shit either. I have yet to run into a person that gives a fuck about fame. Everybody just trying to like, yo, keep me out of that shit. But then they pull out a pocket full of money though. So I know I'm like, oh, appearances can be very deceiving. I'm like, oh shit. That's another thing I learned about Vegas. Why? Cause it be too goddamn hot. So people ain't trying to put on, their designer clothes and doing this and doing that. This ain't really the place for all that because it's just too goddamn hot. So it's not that people just don't have the money to afford these things. People like, yo, why the fuck would I just wear a shirt that I'm just gonna sweat up? And it's like, it's just easier to wear a goddamn white tee or something. Which, as y'all see, like most of my shirts are plain. I'm not about to wear no goddamn designer shirts and I'm just about to sweat up just by stepping outside for 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, you're sweating, like instantaneously. I'm like, all right. I could have just put on a goddamn white t-shirt and just take that shit off when you're finished with it, right? No big deal. I'm like, I'm not the only one that feels that way. So I'm just saying all this is I'm like a lot of the conclusions that I have arrived at, the more I communicate with the people, like they actually feel the same way. The reason I'm saying is because even at work, I'm like, God damn, I'm like, this many people I'm like, how many people smoke weed here? Like this shit is fucking crazy to me. I literally walk on this job thinking I need to stay away from drugs. But the more I begin to learn to know the coworkers and shit, I'm like, wait, wait, what the fuck is going on here? What is going on here? How does everybody fucking smoke weed? And y'all just talking about this shit just casually. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought this was supposed to be a drug-free zone. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like people going on breaking shit, for example, people going on breaking shit. And then like, yo, like, okay, I'm about to go outside and puff up, I'll be right back. I'm like, what do you mean you about to go outside and puff? Like, what? What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean I'm about to smoke a cigarette? Have you ever heard of a person referred to a cigarette? Like, okay, I'm about to go puff up outside. I'll be right back. When have they ever been referring to a cigarette? When they use that type of language. So I'm like, wait a minute. This shit is crazy to me because it's like it slowly began to manifest. It wasn't like this in the beginning, right? It wasn't like this in the beginning. It's slowly beginning to manifest. Slowly but surely, it's like people are getting comfortable and shit. It's like now motherfuckers is like we're not supposed to be on phones. I'm seeing motherfuckers listen to music. I'm like, how the fuck are you listening to music? Manager just walk right past. I'm like, I'm like, what? Like, how the fuck is this going on? Like, wait, people getting comfortable. Huh? I guess when you have coworkers, you around these people so goddamn much. Y'all start getting comfortable with shit like what it is like. Men are just like, yo, as long as y'all doing your job, fuck it. It just, it's just this shit like every day I'm just every day something is happening just to keep a smile on my face. This is how I am at work. But we ain't gonna talk too much about that. Just brought it up briefly. Just explaining to people of Las Vegas. I'm like, they just keep a smile on my face. Like, for example, somebody was a manager, and again, I was trying to give him his praise, right? So he was a manager at this other job. I'm trying to give him his praise. I'm like, okay, so you the brains of the operation? He was like, kind of, sort of, but the weed be having me. So I'm like, wait. I'm like, what the like, what the fuck? So, like, I'm trying to give him his praise. Like, yo, yo, you like, you the brainiac of the operation. He like, yo, but that weed be having me slow, though. I'm like, like, yo, this used to be the manager. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? That's what I mean by, like, whenever I try to give somebody they praise, they slide that shit over and like, yeah, I am not, but yeah, I do be high as fuck though. Like they always slide into like the humanization of life. Like yeah, I could be that, but I do be getting high as well. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even ask all that information. But I'm like, that's just them trying to humanize the situation. That's just them like, yo, I ain't here to be famous. I'm trying to stay off the grid type shit. So I'm like, it's just a energy of infamy. So I'm like, that's just the energy of the city. It's just infamy. People would prefer not to be known. Like just to stay out the way. Moving along, because we were talking about the seven universal laws, seven chakras. First universal law, law of mentalism. Second universal law, the law of correspondence. Correspondence is important because the more things you can correspond, the more powerful your magic is. But as you see, that's why that never made it to the masses. That never made it to the mainstream. That's an essential law of magic. That's why you say, oh, these seven universal laws, these are not just universal laws, these are the laws of magic. Correspondence. That's what an altar is. That's just what we say today. So today we just say altar. What an altar really is just correspondences. This is what this particular deity likes. These items correspond with this particular energy that I'm trying to tap into, whatever the case may be. So I'm going to give this particular energy its correspondences because I'm asking for a favor or whatever you're trying to do. So there are certain items that correspond with certain deities. That has always been going on the whole time. I'm like, okay, well that's a law of alchemy. So universal laws doesn't mean like universal laws. Well, it does mean universal laws, but universal just means alchemical because these are the laws of alchemy. Western occultism is just speaking the language of alchemy. Eastern occultism is more abstract, more poetic. So the law of correspondence is you must understand that whenever you're working magic, correspondence is at play. How many correspondences do you know? Correspondence, for example. You understand that Mercury is Hermes. Hermes corresponds with Mercury, which corresponds with Odin or Odin, right? These energies correspond. So the more you understand correspondences, the more powerful your magic is. So, and yes, Thoth, right? Or the Hootie. So, that brings us to the third law, law of polarity. Which is positive and negative energy. Law of polarity, positive and negative energy. Which also lets us know, Subtangela, peace. Positive and negative energy lets us know that there are positive deities and negative deities. Meaning you have hot spirits and you have cold spirits. Right? I appreciate you. Thank you. You have hot deities, you have cold deities. Hot deities do things quickly, cold deities take their time. So depending on the type of person you are, you will rather work with a hot deity or a cold deity. A cold deity is about patience. Hot deity want what they want when they want it. So if you say you're gonna do something for the spirit, You should move with swiftness versus with the cold spirits. You know, you can kind of take your time with it. It's no rush, patience. That's real, especially if you adhere to systems like voodoo, right? You understand the petro spirits and the rada spirits, the hot and the cold, right? Or God and devil, positive and negative. In every spiritual system, you have that, right? That's a law of polarity. That's alchemy. Meaning, not only do you have correspondences, you also have energies that cancel each other out. For example, you shouldn't put certain deities with other deities on the same altar space. They cancel each other out, right? So I'm just showing you the parallel how these laws are alchemical, and we have always been doing this. We've always known, like for example, some brothers in spiritual systems don't get along. You put them on the same altar, they cancel each other out. We've always known certain energies go together, certain energies don't. You can put this god with this goddess, and it's harmonious. But if you put this god with this goddess, it's going to be destruction. It's like that with crystals. Again, these are why it's the universal laws. So this applies to everything. That's why these are the universal laws. I'm just using the altar as an example, but yes, this is universal, so this applies to everything. Is it a good idea to remain unpolarized, like neutral energy? Yeah, in your thoughts, definitely. Remain balanced in your thoughts. Yeah, don't take anything too lightly or too seriously. You definitely should remain balanced within. Yeah, because otherwise life is going to be pulling you in all type of directions. So long as you're able to respond accordingly, you should be good. Don't allow life to pull you all out of your character. You should be good. So even when a situation is calling for you to get out of character, you still make the decision to not get out of character. Right? Because that's just you showing forth your mastery. Because if somebody know how to push your buttons and get you out of character, then you're not a master of the situation. They're the master because they know how to push your buttons. But when they try to push your buttons and then your buttons are unpushable, now you showing forth that you're the master. So that's what it's about. I'll just put some Vaseline on my lip. So that's the law of polarity. Some energies get along, some energies don't. We learned that in astrology, aspects. Some aspects are harmonious, sextiles, trines. Some aspects are not harmonious, squares, right? So we move on to the next one. The law of rhythm. The law of rhythm. Runes. What about the runes? Yeah, that's a whole nother spiritual system. But yes, this is basically the same thing. This applies to the runes as well. So yes, you can apply this to any magical alphabet. That's why it's a universal law. So this applies to everything. Because everything is about combinations. An altar is just a particular combination. It's a combination of energies that are harmonious. That's essentially what you should strive your altar to be, is a place of harmony. You put energies that are harmonious with each other, which helps the energy to be enhanced. Harmonious energies. Now, of course, it's a trial and error thing that you're not just going to. What's up, El Ray? You may not just know all the codes immediately. It may have to be trial and error, but eventually you will begin to see which energies work together, which energies don't. Then we go to the law of rhythm. The law of rhythm is why we have seasons, why things must change every now and then. Every now and then, the altar needs to be changed, depending on what's going on. I mean, sometimes you gotta work with different type of energies depending on what's going on. So the law of rhythm just lets you know that eventually you will have to make alterations to the altar. As the seasons change, as the energies change, you're going to need access to different types of energies. So that lets you know, just working with one energy all year around probably isn't what you're trying to be doing. You want to work with energies as they are needed, as they are necessary, based on the cycles of the world. So we talked about mentalism, we talked about correspondence, we talked about polarity, we talked about rhythm. Now, but I want to make sure that we got everything here. So now we move on to the law of gender. The law of gender. So the law of polarity told us that everything is either positive or negative. Now the law of gender lets us know that either something is masculine or feminine. So that's why we have gods and goddesses, right? Everything manifests in the form of a god or a goddess, right? So what this lets us know is there's a reason why certain energies are masculine. There's a reason why certain energies are feminine. So depending on what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to get done, is either going to require masculine energy or feminine or a combination of them both, right? So that just helps us to understand the differences between the masculine and the feminine. Because there are certain attributes that the masculine has, there are certain attributes that the feminine has. So that's why goddesses tend to be goddesses of love, but then the gods tend to be, a god of storms. But then again, you can have gods of love and goddesses of storms as well. So it all depends on the combinations that you look for. Essentially, yeah. So you probably have a god for everything, and you probably have a goddess for everything. It's just a matter of the combinations that you choose to use, right? So that law just lets us know that even though something is masculine or feminine, they can have similar attributes. Like men and women could essentially do the same things for the most part. You see men and women getting up, going to work every day, doing what they got to do for the most part, Most activities are unisex. It really don't matter if a man or a woman is doing it, for the most part. Then there's activities where it's preferred if men do it. There's certain activities it's preferred if women do it. It just depends on the activity, right? So if we understand the proper energy in a proper circumstance, we know how to connect the right energy in the right circumstance. There's a time for the gods, there's a time for the goddesses. So that it's always balanced. So it doesn't just become fully masculine, I guess, like Christianity. There's no goddesses. It's just Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? There's no mention of a goddess. Or in today's Wicca, where there's no mention of a god, it's just a goddess, right? And that's what you see. What got a lot of people's minds twisted is the absence of the balance. That's why you have so many women fighting against the patriarchy, because you can't have a patriarchy in the minds of the men. They have feminine gods. So you had to remove the feminine current from the spiritual system in order for it to be a patriarchy, in order for the men, you can say, to be backed up by the law. So you can say they can get away with things that women can't because they're in control of the whole operation. So you had to remove the feminine current in order to seize control of the entire operation. So even though we seeing that goes on the outer reality all day, every day, is for you to make sure that you don't have that going on inside you, right? So as long as you keep the energy balance between the masculine and the feminine, and that's essentially what we call the conscious and the subconscious, the shadow, or basically the ego and the alter ego, right? As long as we understand we have an ego, but we also have an alter ego, which is everything opposite of your ego, because the ego is created, the ego is generated, so we can operate in this world. Your ego is not who you really are. Your ego is just how you operate in the world, as we call the persona. Your ego is just a persona you put on to operate in the world so that you can pay your bills, so that you can go amongst people and appear to be civilized. That's all your ego. That's not who you actually are. That's what your shadow is there to remind you of who you actually are. Because we tend to get lost in the ego at times. We start to believe that we are actually the persona that we put on for the world, and then we forget who we actually are. Because when we begin to forget who we actually are, then that's when the chaos begins to ensue within us. Because now you feel like you're fighting an internal battle versus who you are versus who you appear to be, right? So those are the type of situations. That's always going to. There's always going to be a fight, as we call God and devil, against your appearance and who you actually are, right? It's always going to be your appearance, who you appear to be versus who you actually are. We're always having that inner battle until we settle it, until we know how to separate the worlds. We know how to separate the masculine from the feminine. We know how to separate the ego from the alter ego. Meaning the moment you walk back into your home, who you have to be out there for the world and who you are inside your home is two different people. You're not the same person inside the home that you are outside the home. It's two different energies, two different people. The quicker we understand that, the more we can acknowledge how magic works. Like, okay, well, there's no way you're going to be able to successfully perform magic from your ego. The same ego that you take out into the world and try to be civilized with, magic is essentially uncivilized energy. I guess nobody has ever described it that way, but that's what magic is. I'm bringing it to you first, directly from the spirit. Magic is uncivilized energy. That's what magic is. So that means magic has to be worked from the alter ego, or as we say, the subconscious, as we call the lunar energy. Magic comes from your lunar current, not your solar current, but your lunar current. All of us has a solar current and a lunar current, lunar current, excuse me. The magic comes from the lunar current. So this is really what masculine and feminine is. It ain't even about the bodies of the people. It's really about that solar and that lunar current, as we call Inda and Pangala. If we want to take it to the east, in the east they call it Inda and Pangala. That's the solar current and the lunar current. So it's really about how much mastery do you have over your solar and lunar currents. That's really the law of gender. Now, that was 5. So it's 2 more laws. So of course we know cause and effect, but apparently I'm missing one of the laws. I want to make sure I have all 7 of them. So I want to make sure I don't miss any of them. Oh, the law of vibration. That's the one I skipped over. I skipped over the law of vibration. All right, just making sure I have all of them. Just committed to memory. So the law of vibration, which basically explains everything is alive. Everything has a certain frequency. The law of vibration lets us know that it's not what you do, it's how you do it, which is basically, I just call it the law of finesse. You just want to make sure that you do everything with finesse, because everything has a vibration. It ain't what you say is how you say it. It ain't what you do is how you do it. Why? Because of law of vibration. Meaning I can say the same words, but if I'm yelling, what's the odds of people understanding my point if I'm yelling versus if I speak in a calm voice? And I have balance in my vocal tones. That's the law of vibration. I'm like, okay, I have a message to convey. I can scream and yell this message, or I can deliver it peacefully. I choose a vibration in which I communicate this message. So depending on the vibration I choose to communicate this message, that's going to show forth the effectiveness of my communication. Because we know it's all about the art of negotiation. Communication runs a nation, right? It's all about how you communicate. The vibes that you bring, that's a law of vibration. Meaning everything has vibes attached to it. Your thoughts have vibes. Your emotions have vibes. That's why when you're feeling off, people can feel that. Right? When you're not stable emotionally, it can be felt. When your thoughts are all over the place, it can be felt. When your memories are all over the place, it can be felt. When your desires are all over the place, it can be felt because everything has a vibe attached to it. Can you explain the correlation between the 7 laws with the 7 alchemical metals? It's all alchemy. It just, the metals is corresponding with the degrees of alchemy. Meaning it's easier to understand it if you correspond it with the chakras. The 7 laws, not the 7 laws, the 7 chakras with the 7 metals. It's easier to understand it. The crown chakra becomes gold. So gold helps you, or helps, I'm not going to say helps, gold stimulates the crown chakra. Silver stimulates the third eye. It's just that simple. It's just essentially showing you what metals open up which chakras or balances which chakras. Because we all wear jewelry, So now you're just becoming conscious of what metal you choose to wear, depending on which energy you're trying to bring forth. Are you trying to bring forth that solar current? Are you trying to bring forth that lunar current? What about crystals? It's the same thing. Again, this is universal. This applies to everything. Nothing is exempt. That's why if you really take this seriously, your whole life can be magical to the point where you're not looking at magic as contained within crystals or it's contained within candles and altars and all that. I'm just using that as examples. Magic is everything. That's why I say technomancy is also with the computer you use, with the cell phone or the smartphones that we use. It is not limited to anything. It's only limited to what limitations a person puts on their own creativity. Because is the phone not a crystal? Is your computer not a crystal? Is your iPad not a crystal? Is your tablet not a crystal? It's all crystals. So how can it not be a part of magic if it's all made from crystals and natural elements anyway? So that's why I say, well, if we are advancing our technology, you should be advancing your magic. Because if everybody's walking around with cell phones or smartphones and smart devices, should your magic not reflect that? We should not just still be doing primitive spells and we walking around with smartphones in our hands. Our magic should not be done on a primitive level. And we have everything we need. We have more than what we need with technology. The reason why people don't put two and two together is because it's already systems established and people just stick to what they know. That's why. Even spiritual people will look at an altar. Let's just say you had a altar with technology. Spiritual people would even look at you crazy. Where's your crystals? Where's your white sage? Right? Where's your witchery? And you just got technology up in that bitch. And you wouldn't be wrong. You would actually be like, this is what we are supposed to be doing. Why should we not utilize current items? Do I really need to use a $30 herb? Because a lot of these magical herbs, we don't even have access to it in there. If you do find it, they charge you ridiculous amounts. Because, for example, there are magical books that have like combinations and spells. But in order to, like, it may cost you hundreds of dollars to do one spell. Because the ingredients of that spell may be ingredients that's hard to find and that's limited. So trying to do one spell may cost you hundreds of dollars. And you could have just bought a new smartphone with that. That's more magical than what you're doing. And you carry your smartphone with you everywhere you go. Is that not a talisman? Are these smartphones not talismans? It's just me, huh? I'm just the one. I'm the only one looking at this stuff the way it should be looked at. Are you not walking around with a talisman everywhere you go? But we don't look at it like that. Oh, it's a smartphone. We're still not connecting technology with magic. But when we begin to do that, that's when shit changes. The law of vibration. Your smartphones, your computers are vibing higher than them herbs, than those crystals that you have. Right? Your smartphones, Your computers, your iPads, your tablets, all these technological devices that we just have laying around, they are vibing higher than anything we consider natural, right? They are at a higher vibration. So that means if you use them in a magical way, you're manipulating your atmosphere at a higher rate. Because you just putting your cell phone down, it's still emitting energy. It's still connected to the Wi-Fi. Your cell phone, your smartphone, just laying down, not in use, is still doing a whole bunch of shit. It's still processing background information, sending you notifications, keeping track of your schedules and your timers. It's still a lot going on, even when it's not in use. You can't compare that to no crystal, no magical herb, nothing natural that just comes out of the earth. Because smartphones had to be constructed in facilities, right? What about scripting or using cursive? Again, I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. The best thing you can be doing, if we're talking about penmanship, is graffiti or graft. If you want to say the supreme thing you can be doing with penmanship or calligraphy, because that's all scripting is in cursive, scripting cursive, that's calligraphy. So if you're really that into calligraphy, you should be doing graffiti. If you're just that of a calligraphist, if that's even a word, right? So if you feel like you got that wrist action, then you should be doing graffiti. That's more powerful. You have graffiti pieces all over your wall, all of them colors, those original works. That's more magical than you just writing something up. You just using a goddamn ink and pencils and shit. I say make your whole room colorful with graffiti. So because that's doing more for you than you just writing a spell, you can say. Because what's newer? I say go with the newer. What's newer, graffiti or spells? You writing a spell to yourself, or you casting graffiti? Is that not a spell? Especially when you control the symbols that you can put into the calligraphy. So it's not just calligraphy, it's also symbols. And it can be your name. You can make graffiti of your name. It don't have to be your government name, your magical name. And you can put whatever symbols that you resonate with. So you can create your own reality, which is what we're supposed to be doing. But for whatever reason, we don't want to, you know why people don't want to associate? Because it requires skill. I'm just going to be honest. So I've been talking about technomancy forever, right? But it requires skill. So it's just easier for people to still do primitive shit. Like we're not in the 21st century. You should not be doing 19th century spells and we're in the 21st century and we got all this goddamn technology, but it still requires skill. That's why people shun away from it. That's why I can talk about technomancy, be a technomancer, be a content creator, but that requires skill. The best thing you can do is actually creating content and putting that out for the world to see. That's even better. But you see it's a lot that come with that, right? I know the content creators be making it look easy, but ask them how easy it was to do their first video. How easy it was to keep doing videos when they had 0 subscribers and no followers, trying to build that up. Because everybody was there. Everybody started the same way. No followers, 0. Everybody started at 0. Everybody got to go through that 0. So that was the law of vibration, right? Final law, the law of causality, as we say, cause and effect, or the law of karma, right? Which we all know as the energy you put out, you're going to get back, right? So we use that all the time. Karma, karma. You put out a certain energy, you're going to receive it back. Butterfly effect. I don't know. Butterfly. I have a hard time saying butterfly. Butterfly effect. Butterfly effect. All right. Which means something small can turn into something big. You just cussing a person out can result in them wanting to harm you. Your words, your voice, your sound can transform into somebody wanting to physically assault you. Or your words can turn to somebody wanting to sexually just take you down. So it's positive and negative, depends on how you use it. Right? You can either use your vibes to mac, to be a pleasant vibe for people, or you can use your vibes to be a negative stimulation to people, as we call the assholes. You can either utilize finesse, because an asshole is just somebody without finesse. That's all they are. It's just a person you choosing to use finesse or not. The choice is ours, right? So an asshole is just somebody who just chooses not to use finesse. And we got many people, as we know, fucking cops and all type of motherfuckers who just choose to be as animalistic as possible. Because that is a form of magic, because it's a form of intimidation, it's a form of fear. So it's a form of magic, it's just a negative form. But people still do it, just like victimhood, when fucking people who want to be classified as victims, form of magic. People that are in misery feel sorry for them, magic. I'm going through a hard time, I need this, I need that, magic. People who pity, right? They want to make you feel sorry or weak, or yeah, that's magic. Because if they know that they can do that to you, they're going to keep doing it to you. But if they know that it doesn't work, they stop doing it. So people only do what you allow, right? If you fall victim to it. But if you're not a victim, then you already see it happening before it happens. You already know what's going to happen before it happens because you're actually paying attention. You're not caught up in the world because you're in control of yourself. That's how that goes. You're in control of your emotions, your thoughts, your desires, and your memories. You can really see things happen before they happen. You can actually see things unfolding because you're not so caught up in what somebody said to you, what somebody did to you, what's going on here, what's going on there. You are the observer. So that allows you to see before, which is what we're here to do, to predict, the art of prediction. If you can predict things before they happen, that gives you a tremendous advantage in life. But again, that's a skill. That's not something that people just do. That's a skill that's learned. Astrology helps us with that. Numerology helps us with that. Tarot helps us with that. Kabbalah helps us with that. Western occultism helps us with that. But that's essentially what it boils down to. That's what all this is for. Because that allows you to tell the future, to be the future teller, right? Or the fortune teller. But you don't need cards to do it. You're doing it just with your eyes because you are the all-seeing eye. That's the real fortune teller. You don't need tools. You don't need anything. You have everything already within you. You are the talisman. That's the ultimate form of magic. You are the talisman. Meaning you are whatever tools you can use. You don't need altars. You don't need anything but self. That's the last level. But till you get to that level, we got everything we need, especially technology. So that's what this whole thing is about, prediction. Can you predict before it happens? The only way to do that, you have to be in control of self, which is your four elements, which is your four suits of tarot. So, as you see, with those 7 universal laws, those 7 alchemical laws, now do you see the full picture? Now you see why the public wasn't given the last 6? Because you see, now that you see the full picture, like, oh, I see the whole, that's dangerous. If everybody was on that level, was on the alchemical level, that's dangerous. Right? 5 elements. Well, the 5th element is spirit. So, which you access by balancing the 4 elements. That's the whole thing. You have to balance the 4 elements in order for the 5th to manifest. That's the whole thing. Right? So before we even talk about a 5th element, you got to master the 4. So that's why it's not even. There's no need to even talk about the 5th because that happens on its own. Meaning spirit comes to you when spirit is ready to come to you because you're doing the work that you're supposed to be doing. So the 5th element is spirit. That just means spiritual contact, spiritual communication. Well, why would the spirit want to contact you? Why would the spirit want to communicate? Because you've been putting in work on the 4 levels, as we call the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah. What's up, S Hicks? How much you missed? Well, we had 208 minutes, so however long that's been. We've been here for 200 minutes, however long that's been. I guess that's a little over 3 hours, maybe. Because I can't see the time. All I see is the live. I can look at the time, but I don't know what time I started. So even if I told you the time, I don't know what time I guess 3 hours ago. So, because again, they just show me in minutes. It just says 208 minutes. So that's all I see is 208 minutes. But we just explained the 7 universal laws, and when you have the full system, it's dangerous. You become a very dangerous person because depending on how you manipulate these energies, it can be positive or negative, depending on who your enemies are, basically. As we was explaining earlier, you become an enemy of God just by knowing this, just by putting this into practice. You become an enemy of God. Because as I was saying earlier, we're not the ones committing the crimes. We're not the ones making the world a bad place. But we are the ones who's manipulating these hidden currents, which they feel is more of a threat than anything than what these other people are doing, which is the point that I was trying to make. I don't know if I made the point, but the point I was making when I was speaking about how these so-called devil worshippers and devil people and all these left-hand pathers These are not the people committing the crimes. These are not the people in jail, in the prisons, in the jails. These are not the people that's doing anything, right? For the most part, I'm not saying this is 100% fact, but for the most part, these are not the people that's making the world a dangerous place to be, right? The people that's making this world a dangerous place to be is the people of God, the people that believe in God, people that worship God, because that's going to always be the common denominator. What I'm saying is the people who understand how to manipulate the subtle currents of this world are more dangerous than the people that's out here killing and murdering and doing all this madness in the world, because that's what they show us, right? Meaning, people spend time trying to blackball people like me. I'm just laying in the goddamn bed. People are extra focused with me being blackballed than any violence, trying to stop any violence out here. It's because they allow it. All this violence in the world is allowed just to stop you, just to slow you down, just to keep you uncomfortable. Imagine that. They're willing to sacrifice all these people to stop you. Because when you are in your absolute supreme consciousness, you are able to influence all these masses. So they're willing to sacrifice the masses in order to keep you at a certain level. Because that's how it works, right? And that's the way it's always been. So this is nothing new. The devil was actually God in disguise. Why would the devil need a disguise as God? All right. So y'all don't necessarily agree with the devil being somebody who's sneaky and like doing shit real snakish, like. Because that just feeds into the same idea of the devil just doing devilry, devil tricks, right? But that's just a religious perspective, right? That's not what's actually going on. Nobody is in disguise. Why would the devil need a disguise? Because that would mean people like me would need a disguise. Because if I say I'm of the devil, then shouldn't I be lying and doing snakish shit and doing what people feel the devil's people do? But it seems to me like we have no interest in doing shit like that. Seems to me we only care about being as real as we can be, real and true to our own self-image, not real to the world, real to self. Right? We're just keeping it real with self, because we feel like that's the only way to live. The only way to live is to be real with yourself. Right? Fuck the world's opinion. Real to yourself. Real with yourself. So that's how I feel, and we are of the devil. If you are, of course. I don't see the devil being any different. Right? But I can't say the same about God, because we have something called the demiurge, which is the false god, according to the Gnostics. So if anything is in disguise, it's the demiurge. It's the false god. It's not the devil, it's the false god. But that's if you know, because the Gnostics were serpent worshippers. Not all of them, but some of them. They worshiped the serpent on the cross. So this whole Jesus on the cross, before you had a Jesus on the cross, it was a snake on the cross. Just for people that don't know that, you can look it up. Before there was ever a man hanging from a cross, it was a snake hanging from a cross. Because Gnostics are just the first Christians. So they are the early Christians. So they were around before all of this. So before people started worshiping a dying man, it was that serpent up there. This is what I mean by Christianity taking from older schools of thought and implementing it into their system so that people will accept it. That's what Christianity did. One of these examples is the cross. So that's not even original. The cross is not original. Putting a man on the cross is not original because they just replaced the serpent with the man. So even that idea is not original. But nothing about it is original. It took from the old and just gave new imagery. Right? So if the original way is the snake, not the snake, the serpent on the cross, what would that mean? Because we know what the man on the cross means. But if you replace that with a serpent, what message would that be conveying? And why would they want to change that? So when you start asking those type of questions, then you begin to unravel the mysteries of, I see why they did it. So it ain't about what they did, it's about you understanding why was it done. Because if you understand why it was done, then you understand like, okay, I see the game that they're playing, and I know how to not fall victim to it because I see what they did in the beginnings. Because all they're doing is repeating what they've always done. But if we don't go back far enough to see, well, how did they get the people to become Christians? Yeah, there was a bunch of bloodshed, but that wasn't their only tool, right? What about the Caduceus? This is what I'm saying. What does the serpent on the cross mean? What's up, Ashe? Much love and respect to you. Salute. So what would the Caduceus convey? What message is that conveying? Because if we understand what message that is conveying, we can understand, oh, this is what they're trying to say with this man on this cross. Because what does the serpent hanging from the cross represent? If you know that answer, then you're like, oh, I see why they replaced it and put a man there. Because they are doing their own alchemy here. They replaced the serpent with a man. What does that mean? I told y'all the first Christ was Lucifer. I'm just giving y'all a hint. If the first Christ was Lucifer, which is why he did not bow to Adam, because he was the chosen one of that time. Well, this is a trick that the false god is playing on us. I'm not bowing down. See, now that whole story makes sense when you look at it from the false god's perspective. So when we think about Lucifer not bowing to Adam, and you like, oh, well, this is a false god who created this human, not bowing to this false creation. Basically, I'm not bowing to the matrix. See, in that sense, you see how it makes a lot of sense. But if you look at the false god as a real god, now you look at, okay, that's just him disrespecting God. That's why God sent Lucifer to hell to become Satan. Now that's how we get that perspective. But okay, this is the false god. The false god is powerful, though. The false god has real power. It's just, in the physical world, that power is dominant. not the spiritual world, but in the physical world, that is a dominant force. So, I'm saying that to say that's why they associate the serpent in the Garden of Eden. The serpent is connected to Lucifer, aka what we consider the devil. So the serpent on the cross becomes what they would consider devil worship. They considered the snake, well, not the snake, the serpent, a symbol of devil worship. Because that just goes back to the Gnostics worshiping the serpent, which is a alchemical symbol. As we know, there are serpents all over the place. Egyptian deities, serpents. Voodoo deities, serpents. Hindu deities, serpents. We see serpents in all of these ancient systems. There's serpents all over the place. So that serpent on that cross reminds you of what always was. It reminds you of a universal truth. A truth that we clearly have known the whole time. That's why we was always worshiping serpents or the anointed ones. The serpent was considered the anointed ones. Well, the serpent being associated with the devil, which means, okay, this has to be devil worship then. So, the symbol of the demiurge is a lion-headed serpent. It's also an Egyptian Gnostic solar icon. Well, I'm not sure what the symbol of the demiurge has to do with the demiurge itself. Because most people don't know that, right? That's not something that most people will ever know, really, right? But we're still influenced by the Matrix, with people not knowing that. These things are still occurring. People still fear the devil. These things are still occurring. People still have a fear of snakes, right? Because the fear of the devil was put into all religious people. That's the one thing that they actually agree on. The one thing they actually agree on is the devil. He is the enemy, or she is the enemy. That's one thing that they all have in common. That is, it's a mysterious force out there that's trying to fuck some shit up. And we need to fight against that. How did all these systems come to this same conclusion? What is this negative force that all these systems it just needs to fight against? That it just if they don't do what they gotta do, then it's just gonna destroy everything. So because they are warriors of God, then it's their responsibility to stop that from occurring. AKA warriors of the demiurge. Agents of the demiurge. They are agents of the demiurge. So as an agent of the demiurge, which is basically convincing people that the false God is the real God, that's the whole agenda of the demiurge, which is essentially why Christianity exists, why the religion of Islam exists, why Judaism exists, why all these religions exist, which all are aspects of the false God, which, as we see, has majority of the world on lock. So majority of the world feels as if they are warriors of God, and that makes them enemies of the serpent. That's how majority of the world feels, that they are enemies of the serpent, which makes them enemy of the people of the serpent. Right? So if you are the people of the serpent, you are automatically an enemy of the people of God. It doesn't matter if you did something to them. It doesn't matter if you harmed them. It doesn't matter. That's not even relevant to them. Which is the point that I was making. We got all these murderers out here. We got all these drug dealers. We got all the people that's terrifying the people. They are allowed to do all this stuff as long as you're kept out of the picture. Because you are the real enemy. They're not there. That's just the false enemy. The war on drugs, the war on gangs, and they want to stop that. That's not the case at all. That's just an illusion to stop you, who are the people of the serpent, if you consider yourself the people of the serpent. We know this because of the serpent seed. Most people don't even know that. The serpent seed, which is the seed of Cain. All right? Maybe I'm going, that's a little bit too deep. But that's not common knowledge. It's not common knowledge. People don't even know what the serpent seed, meaning you were cursed from birth. That's what that means. Let me just give you the shortcut. If you are the people of the serpent, that means you were cursed from birth. That's what I mean. It ain't about what you're doing. It ain't because you harmed somebody. It ain't because you broke the law. You're just automatically the enemy because you were cursed from birth. As we call it, generational curses. We're trying to break generational curses and shit. That just means you are the seed of the serpent. We're children of the serpent. Do I believe shrooms in medicine? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do I believe shrooms in medicine? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So, hopefully y'all are beginning to understand what's really going on here. You were already the enemy before you were even born. Which is why people feel like that's why they're baptizing babies. Why is it necessary to baptize a child who is perceived as innocent? Because in their eyes, in their mind, that's a serpent child who needs to be purified immediately. That's why people baptize children, because they are like, that's a child of sin any goddamn way. It ain't got nothing to do with the actions of that child. It has everything to do with the seed of that child, with the generation of that child. That's how they're looking at it. It was never based on your actions. That's also how the Gnostics thought. They already knew whether a person goes to heaven or hell. If we want to believe in that, it ain't about their actions because they was the most righteous or they did everything right and they didn't fall victim to the 7 deadly sins. It don't have nothing to do with that. Your actions are irrelevant. It's all about your bloodline. That's the true game. That's the true law. That's how Joe Biden and Hunter Biden can do what they do. Because they are a part of a certain bloodline. That's why they can get away with what they get away with, if we just want to be real. Also Trump. How the fuck is Trump getting away with it? I'm not saying he did everything right, because he is a part of a certain bloodline. When you are a part of these bloodlines, the rules are not the same for you. It just is what it is. because they understand bloodlines, they understand genetics. So when they let the half and the half nots, they're looking at everybody as though y'all are the seeds of the serpent. We are the holy ones. We are the purified ones. That's how they believe. That's why they feel that they are entitled to control all the resources of the world and the wealth of the world. That's their mentality. Most people don't know this because most people are not around these people. They don't know that. They wouldn't know how these people think and how they get down because these people stay away from the public. So most people wouldn't know because they're not just amongst people letting people know that, but this is their ideology. You are a child of the serpent. You are truly a Gnostic. So we're going to do everything in our power to get that out of your blood. The first step is baptism as a child, and then putting a person through church, yada, yada, yada. That's just their way of cleansing your dirty ass soul. That's why these systems are set up the way they set up to make people feel like they're already a sinner, they're already fucked. It ain't based on your actions. You were fucked from birth. That's how they really believe. They're not going to ever tell you that, but that's why you need to get married, you need to get baptized, or you need to be saved. That's why they're just so they put all that pressure on you to move in that direction. Like, yo, you need to make sure you're saved before it's your time. And you're like, yo, I ain't doing shit. Fuck you mean I gotta be saved? What the fuck am I doing? I'm not out here being a menace to society. Because it ain't about you being a menace to society. It's about your bloodline. It's about your DNA. Meaning you're cursed. You need to save yourself. That's really what they're saying without saying it. It don't matter if it's a church, the masjid, the temple, all of these people believe this. Whether they even acknowledge it or not. But this is the collective mentality. They all feel this way. That's why they're always trying to recruit you. You can't even be around these people without these people trying to bring you into their world. Telling you why you need to be what they are. Why you need to be saved, why you need to be over here, why you need to be over there. You can't even come around these people around them trying to recruit you, basically. Because they already had the mentality that you're a seed of the devil. Until you're over here with us, you're corrupt. That's how a lot of Jewish people feel as well. Not all of them. Meaning they do righteous business amongst each other, but to everybody else, they'll fuck you over. Because it's not a part of their law to be righteous towards non-Jewish people. Those are the only people by law, by spiritual law, that they should be doing righteous by. Everybody else, it just is what it is. So I'm just saying, you have that mentality in all dimensions. It ain't just one dimension, it's all dimensions. They all feel that way. Because I said the common denominator, they all speak against the devil and the children of the seed of the serpent or the serpent seed. They all collectively agree on that one thing. Everything else may be different, but they all collectively agree on that one point. That the serpent seed is real and that the children of the serpent is real and that these are cursed people. And they treat you as such. That's just the reality. So while we're trying to get our life right and get right with God and be righteous people and do all this, that's not what they're worried about. They're doing everything under the sun. Again, just look at Hunter Biden's life. He was doing everything under the sun, probably still doing everything under the sun. But that doesn't matter because it's not about your actions. Because we know if it was anybody else, they probably would be in jail. But because they are a part of a certain bloodline, it is what it is. It was never about actions. It was never about deeds. It's all about bloodline. So us in the occult, what we're doing is purifying our own bloodline instead of it having to come through one of those 13 bloodlines. That's essentially what you're doing. You're taking it upon yourself to cleanse your DNA. So you are becoming something different. You're becoming something that you wasn't even meant to become. they've been studying you since birth. They knew how many people was gonna go to prison, how many people was gonna drop out of high school. They already have this calculated in their statistics. This is already known. They already know most of these people that's about to get thrown to the wayside. It is what it is. They already had. They are ahead of the game. They already know what it is. So when you're not that, when you don't become a statistic, that's when they're like, oh shit, what the fuck happened here? It's a glitch in the matrix. Because you were supposed to be a statistic, but somehow you was able to supersede. You're not supposed to, that again. That's why. This is basically why all this shit happens, right? Why people feel this conspiracies, why certain people get killed in the hip hop industry and Hollywood and all that. This is really all it comes down to. Motherfuckers don't want to talk about that shit though. This is why all that shit happens. Because they know these people are serpent seeds, as we call these rappers and these entertainers. They know that they are serpent seeds. So they utilize their power, drain their power, and then send them off to the next life or a life after this. Because they know the world is stimulated by the serpent. The most righteous, God-fearing person can't move the world. But a serpent seed can. Imagine that. So it's their agenda to keep these serpent seeds away from the eyes of the world. That's why they want to control the people that's on the main stage. They want to be in control as to who is seen and known by the world. They have to be in control of that image. Because for them, it's an act of survival. In order for them to survive, they have to deceive you. They have to get you to believe that you're a victim, you're nothing, you're low, you're dirt. They have to in order for them to survive. It don't even have nothing to do with you. This is just their own survival. So they have to play this dirty ass game for them to survive. So and they don't mind getting dirty because it's about survival. They're not playing this game for fun. This is for them to survive. So that's why this game is wicked and as dirty as it is, because this is a game of survival. So it will always be a conspiracy when people die and people get killed. Like damn, it was some spooky shit going on. It always is. Because they need to harness that energy. That's what keeps them alive. This is a game of survival. They need your energy. So they only allow you on their stage when you align yourself with their agenda. It just has to be that way. Right? That's why so many people are afraid to do their own thing. You would think with all this information available to everybody that everybody would be doing their own thing and just financially successful. You would think like we got all the information we need. It's still fear. Still fear. People are still afraid to be themselves because they know the consequences of what happens when you are yourself, which they have been teaching since slavery. You want to be yourself, speak your own language, be your own person, well, we got something for that. It's just been that way the entire time. And just because laws change don't mean that the psychology, the psyche of the people change. The psyche of the people still has that fear, and it travels through generations and bloodlines. Which is why we keep making the same mistakes, because it's based off of fear. And we are trying to rebel. So we go into the streets, we go into all these things as trying to rebel against this system that says we're nothing and we're doomed. So we rebel, and sometimes we end up being another statistic through rebellion, and sometimes we find ourselves through that rebellion. All right? But at this point, I'm just rambling on, So unless anybody has some questions, we'll get up out of here. I think y'all understand what I'm saying here. The Christ is Lucifer, the morning star. And they will do everything in their power to keep you away from that and to keep you away from that serpent seed, that serpent on the cross, and everything that your ancestors laid down. Because we were clearly influenced by the serpent being a symbol of wisdom. We've always kept that serpent close. So the further away we get away from the serpent, it's not going to work out for us. But that's exactly what they try to do, right? They try to keep you away from the serpent. But it's not going to work out for us if we continue along that path. So you must be comfortable being your shadow, being your devil, being your Satan, being your demon, being your jinn. Because this is what our ancestors did. That's why we were able to do amazing things. And this will be the last thing. This will be the last thing. When we say, well, how were the ancient people able to do all the things that they did? Because they were not afraid to be who they was. That's the simplest answer. They know that they were serpent seeds, children of the serpent. They just knew it, and then they made knowledge born. This came from the seed of a serpent. That's why they keep you like, oh, we don't know how this shit happened. We don't know how the pyramids got there. We don't know how these ziggurats got here. We don't know where this shit came from. We don't know who these people was. They were just themselves. They knew who they was, they accepted it, and they utilized it. To me, that's the only thing we haven't did yet, right? Most of our people are people of God. But this is what God's people do. God's people makes this world dangerous. Because God comes with a dark side, right? God is not all light, God is also dark. God comes with a dark side. So that's just, it's a necessary sacrifice. If you want to be a child of God or a person of God, it's a necessary sacrifice. You got to understand, okay, well, that means you accept murderers. You accept people that's just doing disgusting things in this world. You got to accept that's just what comes with this. That's why they accept it, because that's what comes with it. That's just what comes with it. That's the law of polarity. If you want to accept this false reality, you have to accept it all. And that's exactly what they do. They accept it all. So when you are the serpent seed, you understand what's going on here. I'm like, okay, this is why I'm not supposed to be playing that game. They let us be fucking savages out here. This ain't happening by accident. They let us be savages. They are in control of the savagery. They let us do it. Because they know it's going to lead us to being another statistic. They let us just kill each other off, to destroy each other. They let it happen. Right? They let it happen. It don't stop till you stop. Right? Until we be who we know we are, which is in accordance with the ancestors, which are the people of the serpent. We wouldn't have kept serpents so close if we didn't believe in that truth. We wouldn't have kept serpents that close if we didn't believe that they were symbols of wisdom. Eventually, they became symbols of the devil. But before they were symbols of the devil, they were symbols of wisdom. That's why we always kept them close. So that's why all these ancient societies, you see them with the serpents. The gods and the goddesses are always around serpents as symbols of wisdom, meaning the first wisdom is a wisdom of the serpent. The serpent has wisdom of the first, or the primordial wisdom. That's what the serpent, so it's not just wisdom, somebody being wise. It represents the primordial wisdom, meaning the wisdom before creation. The wisdom before creation. The serpent predates creation. Because as we see, the devil already existed. Lucifer was already here before Adam. Lucifer was said to be the best angel. Lucifer's also said like he came from hell, or she came from hell and made her way or made his way to heaven. It's all perspective. Like everybody don't think the same. Some people think Lucifer is actually real. Some people think it's a metaphor. Everybody don't think the same, right? So that's why I'm hitting all these dimensions, you know, because people think in multiple ways. It's not just one solution, one answer. Other than you are the Christ, you are the anointed one, you are the Messiah. See, you are all these things. You are public enemy number one. You are the thing that they are willing to sacrifice everything else for. Right? That's what it is. That's what you are. Meaning you are the center of the universe. Nothing less than the best. So that's why they must throw all the tricks at you. They must watch you with the all-seeing eye. As people call gang stalking and all this shit, right? Of course they fucking watching you. Why wouldn't they be when you have so much power? If you only knew, right? If you only knew. But that's the message from the Netherworld. If you only knew. That primordial wisdom is the wisdom from the Netherworld, wisdom from the underworld, wisdom from the duality. So that serpent represents the wisdom from the duality, which is the first creation. That's the true wisdom, wisdom from the first creation, which we call death. Death just brings you back to the beginning, to the first. So this fear of death is fear of the primordial, fear of the first, fear of what you really are, what the devil really is, what God really is, what this matrix is really about. People don't understand these things until after death. Be a person that understands this before death, because you were able to predict the future, meaning you was able to predict death before it even occurred. And you're able to see what death entails before it actually occurs. This is reincarnation without losing your memory, because you've seen it before it happened. But that's a little bit too tough for most people. You can see yourself die before you die, and you can actually make sure that you go exactly where you're supposed to go. Yes, we can do that too. We're just that powerful. But of course, we can only do these things when we know these things are possible. Because we go outside the dimension of the serpent being evil and the devil being evil and wicked, yada, yada, yada. We truly understand what it means to be the light bearer, the Lucifer. Right? So that's why I gotta be the example. Right? So I told y'all, I'm gonna be the example. So what else is there for me to do? Right? I'm just chilling. Right? While everybody else is going to work, paying their bills, doing this and doing that, I feel like I'm just chilling. Right? I do what everybody else do, but that's not why I do it. Right? I do this because it is a duty. Just to let you know how real this shit is, right? There has to be some type of messenger letting you know what the fuck is going on, right? Somebody gotta let you know what's going on, just to let you know how real this shit is. So that's just the position I put myself in. I'm just letting you know what's really going on, so that you can then make decisions and the necessary adjustments to gain what it is for you to gain, right? And again, it's coming from me, so you know it's authentic, right? I done showed y'all myself at my worst. And I understand, like, people didn't want to listen then, right? I understand if people didn't want to listen when I was at my worst. But will they listen when I'm at my best? At that point, it wouldn't even matter. So that's why the people that did choose to listen, y'all are the ones who gain the true light. Because when they get to the point where, oh, now everybody cares because it's a success story, it's like, it don't even matter at that point, because the work has already been accomplished. Now it's just everything is just on autopilot. But those of y'all who've seen the whole journey, who's seen the whole parallel. You seen me going through these dimensions. And then y'all see me now. I'm just chilling now. This wasn't always the case now, was it? But that's why I say it was important that I documented this, because this is not what people do, right? People are not just showing themselves at their worst. Because why would you do that? Why would you not put your best foot forward? That's what we're taught to do that. We're taught to put on this illusion. I just chose not to put the illusion. Like, all right, this is what I got to go through. I'm not saying that this is what you got to go through. This is what I got to go through. I got to purify my karma. I'm just going to document it. Let me document myself, purify my own karma. So now when y'all start to see my life structure out and start to get on track and all these things, it's because you know that I cleared out the goddamn karma. That's all it is. All the work I've been doing is to get me to where I am now. I'm just clearing out all the karma. Right? Yeah, everybody wants a finished product. That's just the way of the world, you know? So that's why I say I understand that. I understand everybody wants the pretty product. But when you didn't went through the whole journey, then you deify yourself. It's like it don't even matter at that point. You're just cooling at that point because you already know what it took to get there. Right? So it don't matter to me. I'm wearing a nice little do-rag, wearing a nice little shades. But at this point, it's like, y'all didn't see what I went through for 10 years. It's like, so fucking what? It's like, so what now? Right? I'm just doing it because this is just what people are into. It's just the world of the devil, right? People like nice things, right? So let me put on a nice pair of goggles. Let me put on this nice do-rag. Why people like looking at nice shit? Not because I said so. This is just the way the world is, all right? I'm not going to argue with it. I'm not going to debate with it. But y'all see, I had to earn that, though. I wasn't just coming on here looking nice from the get-go. I'm just now starting to do this shit. Because I understand the way the world works. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is actually necessary. People are not real. The world is not real. The world is caught up in illusion. So let me give you something nice to look at. I'm not here to change the way the world is. I'm here to actually figure out how it works and how to master it. So then you realize, oh yeah, it's all about illusion. People like looking at nice shit. Yeah, they don't give a fuck where it came from. They just like the finished product. So let me show you a nice finished product, because I know this is how the shit works. So I already know people are not going to care about the struggle. People don't give a fuck about what I had to go through the last 10 years. They just looking at, okay, they just looking at what's going on right now. What's going on with you right now. I understand that. So I understand that ain't something that I even care to talk about. That I don't even put on display. All right? Nobody giving because nobody want to go through that. So I'm like, that ain't even, people want the results. Right? They want that glow. They want that serpentine glow. They want to master that kundalini. But they don't want to go through Enda and Pingala and master that solar and that lunar current. Right? So that's all this is, That's all I'm doing here. So I'm like, y'all didn't see me enough, going through all type of madness. I'm like, yeah, let me just show y'all some pretty shit, right? Let me just show y'all me chilling now, right? I didn't show y'all enough madness, enough chaos, enough destruction. Y'all didn't seen enough of that, right? I done took y'all to all the worlds, all the levels of the underworld. What more can I tell y'all? What more can I show y'all, right? I can show you more. It just said, okay, I'm not, let me actually put on a nice presentation. Let me be more professional. That's the direction I'm going in. I'm like, let me just be more professional about it, right? Let me be more professional about my presentation. Because I know that's just what makes people listen. It just is what it is, right? I'm not about to argue and debate about it. People are more likely to listen to what you have to say if you appear to know what the fuck you're talking about and to actually utilize what you're talking about successfully. I'm like, okay, well, why not? That's where I'm at with it. Why not? Why not, right? So like right now, I'm just being of the world, right? As they say, you got to be in the world, but not of the world. Right now, I'm of the world. I'm of this. I'm like, yeah, I understand. I know and understand human nature. I know how this shit works. So I'm gonna utilize it. Not here to be the nicest person. Not here to do everything righteously and all this shit. I'm like, I gotta dig into the dark and the light. So I know how to not take advantage of people, but I also understand that certain things need to be done in order for you to get what you feel you deserve out of life too. And that don't all come from by you just being the fair person, you being the righteous person, right? That don't necessarily mean you're about to end up on the top of the game. Because that would have been happened, right? Most of us are righteous. Right? Most of us are. You would think if it's just based on our actions, we should be wealthy. Just based on our spiritual work, based on our spiritual actions. But we know that's not how the world works, right? The world is all about labor, right? How much can you labor? That back-breaking labor, that slave labor, right? That's what builds things up. So that's essentially, it's about how you utilize that time. You're either building up somebody else's corporation or you're building up yourself. So when we go to these jobs, we can look at it as we're building up somebody else's corporation or we're building ourselves. You're using this time because if you use this time properly, you are building yourself because your mental is in the right place and your spiritual is in the right place. So when your mental and your spiritual is in the right place, it's going to give you results. So when you're the person that's not saying, or if you're the person, you're not the person that says same shit, different day. You understand every day is new and every day is new opportunities. So you look forward to every day. It's just that type of mentality is going to take you further than same shit, different day. Right? So that's what matters. What you think, how you feel, and what spirits you adhere to. That's what matters. Your actions is just the results of that. Those are just the results, but that's not what matters. It's that previous work. So you can either be a God-fearing person or a devil-loving person. The choice is yours, right? And with that, I bear peace. 93. Love's the law, love under will. We out.